Ready.
That's important.
Furious.
Yeah, we should, the other funny thing, they, that
1236. Today is the 18th. But you're left-handed too.
I know, I noticed that yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, we're the only ones that are right and wrong. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, 1/18/24. It's 10-ish. House Bill 1236 being presented by Representative Hunt. Thank you, Representative Hunt.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm Representative John Hunt, representing Ringe, and I'm like to say I have great pleasure in bringing this bill to you, but because it is a repeal, at least that's what I thought it was. So this past year, we have the new speaker, the speaker got reelected, so they were setting up commissions, and we all know how we want to have less commissions and do away with commissions. And so the request came from me to who Commerce should be on this commission and represent from, and it'd have to be both Republicans and Democrats, it'd have to be. And I looked at it and I says, no, we don't want this commission. There's no need for this commission. And so therefore I duly put it in my file to say in September, I'll put in a repeal of this commission. And everything seemed fine. It was one of the first ones in, and the legislative services quickly turned it around for me, and here's the bill. Now, yes, it is true that sometimes I legislate on the fly, and not always do a lot of homework on things. But repealing a commission, I thought that would be easy. I wasn't going to think too much about it. I did know I had a call from Alex Pelbo from the insurance department yesterday, and I didn't get to the call. But this morning I woke up a little early, and I said, well, let me just look at think about what I was going to say to you in terms of repealing this commission. So I really go into the legislative RSAs, and it doesn't exist. What do you mean there's no 420J or 404? Excuse me, 404J. How could, or 420? I said, how could that be, right? And I said, well, this, there must be a mistake here. There must be something, not right. But so then I immediately go down to my phone and take that voicemail from Alex, and he says, "Oh, by the way, John, that statute doesn't exist, and you all have. I passed out. You probably don't have it, Representative Terry, but I just passed out in front of you. Before computers, if we wanted to read the RSAs, we went over there. Okay. I remember when I first got on Commerce, I used to drive the chairman crazy because I would always want to see what was in the statute, because it was so annoying to look at a bill. It would just be like one paragraph, a whole section, and I wanted to know what the whole thing was. And one time he tried to trip me up because he just got tired of me. He kept looking over, because I always wanted to refer to the RSAs. But at any rate, so if you go over to these RSAs, and they are dated, the books, the hardcovers are dated, and they don't print them too often, and then they have these supplementals they stick in there. So this 404J, 404 is hardcover was 2018. This commission was created in legislation in 2019. Now, for those of you who do the math, 2019, I was not in the chairman's chair. I was the ranking minority. Okay. So I knew there was, I would want to get rid of this commission because it was created while I was in the minority. So there can't be anything good about this commission. But notwithstanding that, I have no memory really of this at all. Okay. I do remember that the bill, at the end of the day, what I did find out, because I'm driving in and trying to find out what happened. And I decided that this was a good one for Jim Cianci, who is our House legal counsel. And fortunately, he picked up the phone. And I said, Jim, can you tell me, does this statute exist or not exist, or what happened? What I'm told by the insurance department was that in the bill, the way the bill was written, there was a poison pill. And the poison pill was that the department had to get a waiver, that there was a court case. And the court case had to find in favor to allow this MIWA model to go forward. Well, it turns out the case died, the case failed. And so therefore, the law should never have gone into effect in the first place. So I could then say to you, well, we don't need this bill, let's just kill it and let's call it a day. Could do that. The problem is that as I said, the Democrats were in charge. So Mr. Feltus, former state senator, was the first name. He actually had a hearing. They actually used the statute. They actually enacted it. They were treating it. It was in the law. So theoretically, it was in the law so much to the extent that even this year, where the speaker asked me, to make appointments, everybody assumed the law was there. And I guess there was a period of time that it was there in the statutes. But the insurance department told me they had called the legislative services and said to him, you might want to get this thing off the books because it's not supposed to be there. I have a call into legislative services to find out why they would have me draw up a bill on a statute that doesn't exist. So at this moment, I would normally say, let's just kill the bill and not worry about it. But I said to Jim Cianci, I said, so, I called him up and I said, is that the right plan? And I said, or do we need to just pass it and really put a stake in it so nobody we know that this thing doesn't really exist? And he said, no, you probably don't need to do that. But I just saw him when I walked in the door and he says, well, maybe you do, because there was an actual hearing on this legislation. So the fact that you can't expunge an event that it did occur, it was in the calendar, they had a meeting, to expunge that maybe the best thing to do would be to pass this. So at this moment, I don't know what to say, whether I want to pass this or not pass it, but I just want you to know, in my 30-some years here, I've never had this happen to me before.
Question?
And
I had my hand up
I'm
first.
more than welcome to take questions.
I brought donuts. I move to remove the chair.
That motion is out of order.
Question?
Yes, Representative.
Okay.
You may inquire. Oh, that was bad.
So, Representative Hunt, thank you, as people are wont to say up here, thank you for your testimony. It was most interesting. I can't say, though, that I found it illuminating, but rather perplexing and confusing. So I'm trying to understand. It has been suggested that we wipe this off the books with this statute.
This bill,
Bill, even though it's not in statute, because there was a hearing.
Because
But the hearing has no force. A hearing is a hearing. It doesn't carry any weight in the sense that it has to be carried forward with respect to an action on the proposed legislation, correct? So if the proposed legislation was sunsetted, right, because something happened that made it moot, why then do we have to do anything at all? I know I'm asking you to explain to me
Right.
something that was explained to you.
Well, that's
I
why
don't
that's
get
why I
it.
had this piece of paper, which you don't have.
Well, I do, I
Okay.
do. So what on this piece
So-
of paper tells me that I have to do what you
Okay, so
are
that it
suggesting?
was in effect for 60 days. But after 60 days, it did take effect. So that's why it got stuck in the statutes.
So now it's dead, but it's gone.
But the poison pill case decision occurred later, and so therefore it should have been removed or should never have been enacted. But unfortunately, it did. Had enough life that the commission did meet.
So was this, excuse me, was this an action of the judicial branch that made this?
Actually,
I'm
it's-
seeing all these legal opinions here, State of New York versus U.S. Department of.
yeah, this was a federal case.
All right, so so now what you're saying is that you're being advised that we should clean this up legislatively because of the action that occurred, the ruling that occurred in the courts.
I would be, to be frank, the advice I'm getting is who knows. I mean, he at this point, yeah, even though he's our legal counsel, he says that whatever way the committee decide to do is fine.
Whatever we do is fine.
Yeah, whatever we do is fine.
Thank you.
But that there he can his initial instinct is just kill it, but then when he found out that that commission met and actually that some people treated it as though the law really was in effect, then he's saying maybe passing the repeal, which we Republicans love repeal, so why not go ahead and repeal something?
So repeal nothing. Fine.
Repeal.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Repeal in a vacuum.
Representative McGill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me try to clarify a little bit. At one point, you said the bill had a hearing. I think what you meant
No,
was the ill-established commission,
Commission had a hearing, correct.
thereby giving it some validity that we need to erase by a formal repeal, which should have happened automatically, which
Right.
did not. So you don't mean that the bill had a hearing because that's
No, no,
entirely
right,
irrelevant.
that's right.
The commission was
Commission-
actually formed.
the commission
in the
had a
interim
hearing.
between passage and the court case actually dying. The court case didn't actually have a decision. It actually just went away,
Right.
I think. So that's why it's not the bill that had a hearing. The commission met, giving it some legitimacy. So would you believe? I think we probably do need to. I mean, it sounds like we need to
Repeal it.
actually act on it.
Make a repeal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Burrows, did you have? You're all set.
Um,
You just wanted to get rid of. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that this would be very difficult to present to the full House. Why don't we just withdraw the bill and make it simple?
We unfortunately do not have that process.
Thank you.
So yes, I would, if we were to pass the bill of repeal, I would assume we would all put it on, would put it on the consent calendar and simply say that this bill is an attempt to clean up the statutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna-
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you.
You're out of order. Representative Gibbs.
I just wanted to ask, do you have a recommendation as to what we should do with this bill?
Yeah, at this point, I think the fact that we ended in introducing it, we ended up doing it, then I think we should just go ahead and just pass the bill, and if the senators see it in a different light, then we won't care if they kill it. But that at this point, I think a better part of valor is to just let's pass it and clean up the statutes.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have an editorial. Inasmuch as I'm the vice chair of the Special Committee on Commissions, Representative Hunt did exactly what we would want him to do, is to bring forth legislation to get rid of bills which became law. The committee was established legally, and it is now obsolete. So thank you, Chairman Hunt.
You're very welcome.
Anybody else? HB 1236 is now closed.
Excuse me, Mr. Temporary Chair. I would like to thank whoever was responsible for the bill order schedule today to put this first, because things can only get better from here. Thank you. Thank you. And I am not leaving, because if I ever had to report to my wife what happened when I went to work today, I would not be able to do so. And it would be my fault.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing in House Bill 1225. And I will hear from the sponsor, Representative Merchant. Good morning, Representative Merchant.
Chairman Hunt, that is a very difficult act to follow. I have some, I don't want to read my testimony. I'm sure you folks can read it as well as I can read it. I also have an amendment to the bill that I'd like to propose to the committee as well. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, may I pass out the documents?
Yes,
Thank you.
please.
So just for clarification, Mr. Chairman, I am really not the sponsor of this bill, although I can speak to it. It was a bill, before I get started, for the record, Mr. Chairman, and also members of this committee. My name is Gary Merchant. I'm a representative from District 6, Sullivan County, representing Claremont and Croydon. And today I also come to you as the chair of the Prescriptive Drug Affordability Board. So the intent of the bill was that we have a conflict of interest in the statute. Most statutes do. The issue that Representative Edwards wanted to address through this bill was, what do you do if you have a conflict? How do you resolve it? So basically at that point in time, if you look at the statute, it says that someone has to declare it, but if someone did not declare it, how do you resolve that conflict? He also had in the bill the word cohabitation. When we had a meeting with the board on December 18th, there was discussion with the board about the word cohabitation. How do you define it? Is somebody living with you for 2 weeks, 3 weeks? I mean, how do you basically come up with a definition of cohabitation? Representative Edwards was agreeable at that meeting to strike those words from the bill, which I have done in the amendment. The other part of it is that, what do you do when you get to a conflict and someone basically says foul? How do you resolve it? And what I'm proposing in the amendment is to basically allow for a two-step process. Step one is going to the board itself and asking the board to weigh in on the conflict and maybe work with the individual about being recused. In talking with Senator Abbas, he said that made sense. And he said, well, what do you do when you have no resolution between the claimant and the board? So the board says, no, there was no conflict, but somebody who threw the flag said there's still a conflict and there was a disagreement there. What do you do? And at that point in time, I said, well, you go to an arbitrator and let the arbitrator decide if there was, in fact, a conflict. Was it done intentionally? Was it unintentional? Basically understand what happened. So in the amendment, I used the word attorney general. Senator Abbas didn't like that, because when you start talking about the attorney general doing a review, it really doesn't look good for the individual. And that's not what we're trying to get here. So we said maybe the appropriate party is going to be the attorney on the board. So you have an attorney, which is not a board member, it's just somebody on the board representing the board. Have them review it and let them become the arbitrator. So that's kind of what we're trying to get to here is that A, if someone does have a conflict and someone wants to file a violation, there's a process. And the process basically comes down to you go to the board in non-public session and you have a discussion and let the board make the first cut at it to determine whether there's a conflict or not. If there's still not agreement between the parties, you go to an arbitrator, which would be the board's attorney, and let them decide it. Once there's been a ruling that the individual did in fact have a conflict which is not disclosed, then you could remove the person. When that person gets removed, we believe that the person to replace that individual was the party or the entity that appointed them in the first place. So basically, if it's a person appointed by the Speaker of the House, you go back to the Speaker and you ask for him or her to appoint a new person for the length of the term remaining. If it's the Senate President, you go back to the Senate. If it's the governor, you go back to the governor. So basically, that's the process we're trying to work on here with the bill and also with the amendment. So in saying that, I'll leave it for questions from the committee to what we're trying to do. I think fundamentally is that Representative Edwards, which the board agrees with, that there should be some process in place to deal with a conflict of interest that somebody thinks was not disclosed.
Okay, so both Senator Abbas, Senator Abbas and Representative Edwards know about this amendment?
Yes, I talked to Senator Abbas last night. He's the one that provided some guidance, and he talked about the same thing about the concern of using the word attorney general because it's kind of onerous. I mean, nobody wants to have on the record that you went through the attorney general for a review. It's not something you really want to have out there, but it should be done by somebody who has a legal background in the board attorney, because they're not a board member, but they're there to advise the board, would be the appropriate person to go to.
Okay, so that's the conflict identified by the Attorney General.
But I would change attorney general to board's attorney.
Oh, you want to have that changed?
Yes.
Board Attorney.
And I would be more than
So we
glad
need
to.
Another amendment, okay.
I'll make another
All right,
amendment.
now, hence my confusion. Okay,
I have a question about that.
yeah, so
Yeah.
you,
Thank you.
Representative Terry.
I'm wondering if you can disabuse me of the notion that by identifying the attorney to the board, you're still not, as an arbitrator, you're still not weighting in favor of the board. Would not the attorney to the board, could not, and would not the board's attorney be consulted anyway? And even if the attorney were to be consulted, nevertheless, the attorney is the attorney of the board and not a true neutral third party. I understand this is difficult, but I'm not sure that this is a good fix. Can you disabuse me of that notion?
I think I hear what your concern is that is the attorney for the board truly a neutral party? And in essence, I would say as an attorney, I would hope that their ethics would be what's driving their decision, not because they happen to be connected to the board. I'm not opposed to trying to come up with another form of arbitration, but I'm trying to be sure that it goes through sort of a legal review and not through a political review.
Well,
Further question, may inquire?
so I would urge you to do that because the perception here is not a good one, in my view. I'm trying to put myself in this kind of a situation, and I'm looking for a neutral third-party arbitrator. And I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing somebody who is actually related to one of the parties that are in the dispute. So thank you.
If Representative Terry, if I may, if you have some recommendations, by all means, I'd be more than glad to, or the committee could. I mean, I hear the concern.
It'll have a subcommittee anyways, but yeah, we need to find something before the subcommittee.
Yeah.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, in the bill, sorry, in the amendment that you've provided, it says Attorney General. So what you're proposing is to change Attorney General, wherever it says that, to Board Attorney.
Correct.
Thank you. Further
Or-
question, may I inquire?
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. Has any conflict of interest ever actually occurred on the Prescription Drug Affordability Board?
No, not to my knowledge. There was a board member initially on the board that the individual, some people felt that the person had a conflict, and that person was removed from the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about my pause there because I actually wrote something down differently. I wrote, because it says identified by the Attorney General.
Mhm.
So I said identified by the attorney appointed by the Attorney General.
That works.
Okay. So that way, we make sure that, the
Yeah.
attorney and that he's the one that is appointed by the attorney.
I think if we have that language in there, Representative Hunt, Chairman, an attorney appointed by the Attorney General's office, I think that's probably a reasonable way to go.
Right. And so yeah. Okay. I'm looking at the amendment. And I was looking on page 2.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at line 3.
Correct. I think it works.
With respect to line 18 and 19, would there need to be any?
So we're down to 18 or 19. Disclosure. Remember the board it shall be reviewed by the.
New Hampshire Attorney General?
So I think we're trying to get to be consistent with be a attorney appointed by the Attorney General.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Okay. All right. We were looking at 2 different places. Okay. Good. Yes, Representative Porcelli.
Thank you for letting me ask the question. We have many different boards, commissions, et cetera. Is there already an existing conflict of interest policy that you've been able to discover so that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel?
That's a very good question. I can't speak to the other boards. The issue of what do you do to resolve a conflict is what we're addressing here with this board, but I think that issue that we're talking about may be germane to other boards as well.
Further question may inquire.
Well, I just wanted to be consistent. So if there already is a policy in place with other boards and commissions, I would just ask that we be consistent.
It's good. That I can't speak to because I really don't have the knowledge. But it's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, if I can clarify.
Would it be nice to if we could refer to our RSA that's already on the books? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I'll have our researcher.
Yeah.
Our researcher look that up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we, Mr. Chairman, I mean, part of it too do we have something even in our house, RSAs that drive us because we can have conflicts? What do we do when we have a conflict? How do we resolve it? I mean, that's what we're trying to get to.
We do. We have the conflict of interest. What is the committee? I'm spacing out what it's called right now.
Ethics?
The ethics committee.
Yeah.
It would go to ethics. But that's only for legislators. So not pharmacists. Okay. But I guess, the boards, research. Okay. Okay. I'll have her research. She's not here today because she has other committees. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Thank you.
Yeah, well,
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So, Representative Grassi, you're it. Check the blue sheet whenever before I close the hearing. Just to see if there's any. So why don't you check the first 2 bills we've done so far? Okay. Perfect.
Look at the other two.
You'll get it. Right. You get the third one in a row.
Generic biologicals.
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on 1365. And this time we will hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also thank you for the members of the committee. For the record, my name is Gary Merchant, Sullivan County District 6, the prime sponsor of the bill. Also, I still remain the chair of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, the last I knew, as of 10 minutes ago. So what I'm trying to do today, this is maybe one of those rare moments in life in which both parties come together over the principle of free market. And fundamentally, if you think about where we have come with generics today and the ability to contain cost, the use of generics has been phenomenally successful. It has created a tremendous amount of savings, both for the patient, insurance companies, and so forth. To give you an example, if you look at the latest edition of the Insurance Department report of 2021, biologics now account for over 50% of the drug spend. 50% of the drug spend. Last year, according to their data, they went up 14.5%. Generics went down 25%. And that's because of the free market. When you have competition in the marketplace, it does what it's supposed to do. The invisible hand of the market, through competition, brings product price down. And what I'm trying to do with this bill is do the same thing in biologics that we have done with traditional generics. Now, you're going to hear about the fact that biologics are not 100% interchangeable, and I concur. However, the FDA goes through switching studies, which basically means that they take patients and they put them on drug A and then switch them over to drug B. They know that clinically they work the same, but the concern is the risk factor. Can you actually change between one biologic with the other one and not cause harm to the patient? If the FDA says they're interchangeable, therefore, the risk to the patient, harm-wise, has been neutralized because through the studies, switching back and forth, that is what happens. However, the FDA is silent in this whole process. And what I'm trying to get to in the state of New Hampshire, live free or die, is to bring the principle of free market to biologics. And on the back of this testimony is a very simple diagram. What I'm basically saying, same thing the FDA is saying, is that if drug A, Humira, is equal to drug B, and drug A is equal to drug C, therefore B equals C. They're interchangeable. It's the same thing that happens with traditional generics. A generic manufacturer does not have to show bioavailability, equivalency between another generic manufacturer only with the reference product. They only have to go back and say, my drug is equal as A. Therefore, if you're in the bucket of interchangeability, all drugs that are interchangeable are themselves interchangeable because they've gone through the scrutiny of the FDA. And what I'm trying to advocate for here in New Hampshire is to allow for greater flexibility, greater competition, so that we can make drugs more affordable to the patient, to the insurance companies, and start working on the escalating cost of biologics. To give you an example, Mayo Clinic spent over $107 million. They went through something comparable. In the first year alone, they saved over $20 million. It's almost a 20% decrease. Subsequent years, it gets less because you don't have the opportunity to save more money because you do a lot of it in the first year. So all this bill fundamentally does is allow for that flexibility in the marketplace to open up competition. By the way, in Europe, this only deals with drugs the FDA considers to be interchangeable with each other. In Europe, through 20 years of history, if you have a biosimilar, there's no requirement to do switching studies. it just basically at that point in time, if you look at the cost of their biologics compared to ours, it's dramatically different. Why? Because they have more competition than we do here in the United States. So it becomes a barrier to competition. I'm trying to minimize and trying to erase, if you will, so that the market can perform the way it's supposed to perform. So that's the intent of the bill. It's pretty simple. A equals B, A equals C, therefore B equals C. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Terry.
I think I would like some clarification on the terms biosimilar and equal. Because equal to me means the same. Similar means like, in presumably, since this is a drug, in terms of its, shall we be kind and say, benefit, has the same effect. So you have two drugs that have the same effect, even though they're not the same. Therefore, they're not truly equal in the sense that 3 equals 3, 2 equals 2, because 2 is 2, so 2 equals 2, right? So they're equivalent in terms of their effect, but they're not equivalent because they actually have different names. So they're not exactly the same. And that's the reason why they're generic instead of, what's the term for the original brand name, right?
Right.
Am I getting this?
Yes and no.
How about the yes part first?
Okay, sure. The yes part is that when you deal with biologics, when you deal with traditional, what they call small molecules, they are in fact a chemical which you can duplicate identically. Now, just to understand within the generic market, when you have a generic, it's not identical to another generic. The active ingredient is, but the fillers, the binders, and everything else that goes into the tablet are different. So they're not identical to each other. The active ingredient is identical, but the compound itself collectively is not.
So it's like, by analogy, it's like a different packaging. It's
No.
putting the same product in a different package.
No.
Well, you're saying the filler.
When you make a tablet, the amount of active ingredient, a lot of times it's say 40 milligrams,
Yeah.
is the size of maybe a top of a pinhead. It's small.
Right.
So you can't possibly put that into a formulation. So what you do is you put lactose with it, you put other ingredients to make the tablet large enough for the person to handle it. Also, the way it works within the body, if you want it to dissolve, you have what they call binders and things that go into it. And those things are not regulated by the FDA. So therefore, what the manufacturer has to do is show that their formulation of the generic product does in fact work the same way in the body that the brand name does.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I misled you using the term packaging. You've explained the need for the fillers because the 40 milligrams or whatever is so small,
Correct.
you couldn't even find it in the vial when you're taking it. Sorry. So what you have with generics is you have different fillers.
Mhm.
All right. But it's essentially the same drug. So when a generic comes along, a generic it's the same, has the same drug, so to speak, but it would have different binders and fillers. And that's what makes for generic.
It has the same active ingredient,
Active ingredient.
but the inactive ingredients are different.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Real quickly, Representative Gibbs, would you go, please?
Thank you. Just to be sure I understand, is it correct that the diagram you handed out shows the situation as it is today, and that's what you're trying to change?
Correct. Today, basically, if you look at the FDA, what goes on in the marketplace, the switching studies, which shows again that you can switch the products between each other with minimal risk to the patient. They work clinically the same. That is back to like same thing with generics. Drug B has been shown to be equal to drug A. Drug C has been equal to drug A. What I'm saying is the same thing with generics. B is equal to C. There's no risk basically to the patient. It's gone through a tremendous amount of studies with patients. They basically have to go through the process is take patients on drug A, switch them over to B, take drug B, switch them back to A, so they can show that there is no risk to the patient when the change occurs.
Further
Clinically, the
question?
same.
So today you cannot switch from drug B to drug C, but you want to make it so that you can switch from B to C because of the equivalence with A.
Correct. I'm trying to allow for the market to instead of the pharmacist, if you write for drug B, I only can give you A. So to give you an idea, Humira costs about $3,300 a month. Drug B costs about $1,200 a month. Drug C costs less than $600 a month. So if I sit there as a pharmacist and if you write for drug B at $1,200, I can't give you the one drug C for $600 because I don't have the authority to make that change. And what I'm saying is by allowing all three to be considered interchangeable with each other, as a pharmacist working with the patient, I can therefore work with the patient to say, well, you don't need to buy a $1,200 drug. There's one here for $600. The FDA has shown that they're equal to the brand name, and we can save you a significant amount of money. $1,200 versus $600. That's $7,000 a year, folks.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Wait,
I have a question.
you're also, okay, Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sorry, I'm a little bit rushed. I've got to introduce a bill at 11. So the one thing that we're not talking about here is truly the different types of biologics. Identicals and similars. That's the term. Neither of them are in the bill, right? Those are the terms that influence what's prescribed, what's therapeutically effective, and what's paid for. And that's why it's in this committee, because this is fundamentally a payer issue at the potential expense of therapeutic benefit, right? So we have to talk about, and I'll invite you to talk a little bit about, if I'm assuming you're familiar, the definitions of biological similar and a biological identical, right? Everyone here understands generic Prilosec versus, whatever, all the different, those generics. But in the small molecule, large molecule world, the likelihood of sugars attaching to proteins differently, all the immunogenicity problems, there's significant issues, and that's why they're defined as either biological similars or identicals, and we have some work to do in subcommittee, but if you can talk about those issues, that'd be great.
First of all, there's no such thing as a biological identical. It doesn't exist. It's nature made, and therefore, even within the same brand name, trade name, if I may, from one batch to the next, they're not identical. Because,
Exactly.
okay, so therefore, even within the brand name, you don't have things that are identical. Just like you do with chemicals between one manufacturer and another, the active ingredient is identical, but the inactive ingredients may not. The same thing here when you talk about a biosimilar. It works clinically the same. That's why you have switching studies to show that you can change from one drug to the other without risk to the patient. That's why the FDA enforces that switching study.
Further question?
I thought you were hurrying up to 11
I am.
o'clock.
But for example, even if they have the same peptide chain, it's known that they may not have the same therapeutic effect, right? They may just be delivered differently. Anyways, I think it's subcommittee.
It's
Okay, we'll go to
yeah,
subcommittee. Yes,
I
don't
think
worry.
what I'm saying,
Simple question.
Okay, now Representative Terry.
So as an insurance subcommittee member at an insurance subcommittee hearing today, and unlike a former Speaker of the United States House, I do feel a responsibility to understand the bill before I pass the bill. I am perplexed here. And I think the best way for me to ask the question is I recall that when a prescription in the old days would be filed on paper and I would take it to the pharmacist, it would say generic substitution permitted. So if we were in that kind of a situation and my doctor prescribed Humira, but generic substitution was permitted, then you as the pharmacist, if you don't mind my personalizing this, you could substitute drug B or the lesser expensive drug C, right? But if the doctor prescribed drug B, which is a generic, then you could, and allowed generic substitution, there is no generic because it is a generic, then you would not be able to provide me with drug C because the doctor had prescribed drug B. Is that correct? I'm trying to get at this from the standpoint of brand name drug, generic substitute permitted. You can give me drug C because it costs less than drug B, right? You can do that. But if the doctor prescribes drug B or drug C, you cannot prescribe drug C or drug B to substitute for C or B.
Correct.
Okay.
And what I'm trying to get to here is that when you have a prescription, just like you do with generics, if the provider, the prescriber, writes on the prescription, medically necessary, dispense is written, I have no authority to change that prescription without your approval. So if a doctor really feels that they don't want to have any substitution at all, then at that point in time, I'm bound by that limitation.
Okay. Follow up. One.
Further question, Meeting Clerk?
Thank you. So to your comment earlier, or to your remark earlier, that a generic would be biosimilar to the brand name drug. Am I okay? So I go to my eye doctor recently, and I have dry eye, and we're talking about Restasis, and then we're talking about Cyclo something or other, which is a generic, and she says, we don't want to give you the generic because it's no good. It doesn't work as well as Restasis. So I'm trying to understand, how can a generic, which is supposed to be biosimilar, be classified by a provider as no good compared to the brand name drug unless the provider is carrying water for the... Yeah, can you help me with that one?
Well,
Because
again,
that does bear on this bill.
what we have to go back to, we should go back to, is what I call the Orange Book of Substitutability. The FDA goes through studies to show that a generic is substitutable for the brand, and it's given what they call an AB rated, which means at that point in time, it's substitutable. Some drugs, and this could be the case with Restasis, it's B rated, not A rated. So therefore, the FDA is saying we don't have enough data to support the interchange. And as a pharmacist, if it's not A rated, which means it's been approved by the FDA for interchangeability, I can do it. But if it's B, I can't. So the FDA is calling the shots. If the FDA says it's a B rated product, as a pharmacist, I cannot do the interchange without the provider status. If it's A rated, the FDA says they're interchangeable, then I can.
Quick file, therefore, yes, sir, to give me permission.
Yes. Yeah.
Then I'll yield back the balance of my time. Yeah. So
I wish
we need to be a little light here. So, so what happened in this instance was the provider actually prescribed B, the generic, and then a year later told me it's junk and I'm not, I'm not going to prescribe this any longer. We're going to go back to A, or you'll have to do something else. Okay, but the pharmacist, it has to distinguish between A and B, and can only substitute if generic is permitted if it's A, classified rather than B.
Correct. And it's the same thing I'm trying to get to here with this diagram, is that when the FDA goes through the interchangeability studies, it's saying that they have documentation that it's safe for the patient. They work the same exactly.
And these are both A's. All of these
What I'm
are
saying
A's.
is they all are considered A's.
Okay.
What I want to be clear in our state law, that we consider them in the state of New Hampshire all equivalent, and therefore a pharmacist can have the ability of using the marketplace to give the patient the lowest cost drug available to them. So instead of buying a $1,200 drug, which is a generic, they could actually buy the $600 one.
Thank you. And I do yield back.
So I was kind of scratching my head to figure out why this bill is
Careful.
here rather than at Health and Human Services, a different committee. But I just noticed there the key words: medically necessary.
Correct.
That's our possession. That's not HHS's. That's us.
Right.
So the only thing I would be somewhat I guess, thinking that I want to make sure I do this, is that when a pharmacist makes this recommendation, go one or the other, is that it really does save money.
Hmm?
That the recommendation is based on a monetary value other than because you've said that several times in your
Yeah.
testimony that when there's a cheaper one, I guess thinking I might want to write that into this bill.
Mr. Chairman Hunt, if that's what it takes to get the bill through the committee, that's fine. I think pharmacists in general, that's an advocate for the patient, is trying to find out how to make drug therapy more affordable.
Right.
But if you want to insert that, that's fine. Just also, I just got a text from the chair of the prescription. I'm sorry, the chair of the New Hampshire Pharmacists Association, and also the chair of the pharmacy board. The pharmacy board voted unanimously yesterday to support the bill.
Great.
I have a question, or just,
Okay. Representative Herbert?
thank you. Just for the record,
I can't be seen.
I have a
because-
family member that takes the thyroid medicine, and it was called Armor, by shorthand was Armor. I think it had something to do with a pig.
It did. It did.
And somebody came up with a synthetic generic, and it didn't work for my family member. But the Armor drug was taken off the market.
It was.
So what we did is we went to a pharmacist who could make the compound on his own, but the insurance was gone. It wasn't going to pay for it. And fortunately, it's not a fortune
Right.
to do. But that is a circumstance that you might have the cost cutting actually bump a superior product for a number of people off the shelf. And in that case, your insurance, they won't pay for it. So in that case, it wasn't cost effective.
Well,
There's always exceptions.
there's always exceptions to everything.
Just
I
wanted
hear what you're saying about Armor. It was a great product, but unfortunately, and it's right, it was taken from the thyroids from animals, if you will, and it was a natural product. But unfortunately, the FDA said you have to go through and show studies that it's effective. So the company said we can't afford to pay for all the studies because the margin on the product is so small. There's no return on the investment. So they basically did away with it.
Representative McAleer has a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carrie. Oh, sorry about that. Quick question. Is this legislation or similar legislation been enacted or proposed in any other states that you know of?
I'm not aware of it. I mean, I can do some research. I talked to the industry and so forth about it. But I can do some research to find out and so forth.
That would be.
I mean,
wonderful.
I'm also working with the trade associations. Tentatively, they're coming out in support of the bill, but they want to be sure that it goes to the biosimilar committee in order to sign off on it. But the initial pass on it is that they're in support of it. Correct.
We'll look forward to hearing from you when we do the subcommittee. Thank you. Okay, having no more questions, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this bill? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing.
Representative Merchant, did you fill out a second card for this one? Or third? Yep. I
Yeah.
believe.
Yeah, on both bills. Oh, I see. This one actually it was 1225. You never did one for 1236? No, you testified. You were the one who and therefore you fill out a pink card when you do that.
All right.
So this is Jason. You have to push the button and hold the mic close.
For the record, Jason Azes, Director of Health Economics, Insurance Department.
Okay. So the reason why I'm asking you, because I know the department doesn't take positions on what I would call mandates. The question I have is that I know under the Affordable Care Act, there was limitations upon any new health insurance mandates. So I was just wondering whether you know whether this bill falls into that category.
Yes, if this bill in its current form, if it were enacted, would be subject to the cost defrayal, the federal cost defrayal for the exchange marketplace
So
plans.
why don't you
and-
explain that to the committee, what that cost
Okay,
consequence
so
is?
There's a federal law rule that states that if a state mandates coverage that goes beyond what's referred to as essential health benefits, which is defined by our silver plan in New Hampshire, then the state would be responsible for paying any additional costs that occurs. And this legislation would qualify as that. In addition to that, this bill, if it were passed, would be subject to referral to the insurance department for a mandate study to estimate the economic costs and the social costs of this new legislation.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, so the sponsor. I'm sorry. Yeah, here it is. Okay, Representative.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, I'm Representative Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8, boogieing in here from House Education Committee. It's a little calmer in here at the moment. I represent Sullivan District 8, which is a 9-town flotarial. It serves the beautiful Sugar River communities of Ackworth, Goshen, Langdon, Lemster, Springfield, Sunapee, Washington, my hometown of Croydon, and the city of Claremont. I retired from a 43-year rewarding career as a dietitian and diabetes educator a year ago. My experiences helping people with diabetes for decades are what inspired me to bring this bill forward. House Bill 1571, which I'd also like to call the Diabetes Device Affordability Act, seeks to require commercial insurers and Medicaid to cover glucose monitoring devices and the necessary supplies for all people with diabetes. Not being sure how much folks on this committee know about diabetes, I'm going to ask you to bear with me while I give you a brief 101 of diabetes so it'll help you understand why this is important. Diabetes is a common condition that increases the risk of complications such as heart disease, stroke, kidney failure, blindness, or amputation of a lower limb. It is the 7th leading cause of death in the U.S. Controlling blood sugars well dramatically reduces the risk of these complications, as well as improving quality of life. 98,500 people in New Hampshire are currently diagnosed with diabetes. That's just under 9% of our population. There are 6,600 new cases diagnosed each year in New Hampshire. 29,000 New Hampshire people have diabetes and don't know it. And an additional whopping 351,000 people in New Hampshire, or just under 33% of our population, have prediabetes, meaning their blood glucose levels are above normal, but not high enough to diagnose diabetes, and they're vulnerable to developing diabetes. So we all know someone, probably more than one person, with diabetes. Diabetes is expensive. In 2017, the most recent data I found, there were $944 million in direct medical costs for treating diabetes in New Hampshire and $319 million in indirect costs attributed to diabetes. People with diabetes spend about 2.3 times more on medical expenses than those without diabetes. So glucose monitoring, and glucose is just the medical word for sugar, blood sugar, provides insight on the impact of all the choices people make that affect their blood sugars. Their food intake, their physical activity, medications. There are actually about 25 variables that affect blood sugars. And blood sugars vary throughout the day. So the only way for a person with diabetes to really know how they're doing in taking care of their condition is to get data to check their blood sugar. blood sugar checks are useful in the morning or whenever somebody has had their longest sleep when they're fasting, which is often their lowest blood sugar, but not always. It's useful prior to meals and snacks to know if you're high before a meal, you might choose to eat differently than if you're moderate before a meal. You might medicate differently. Similarly, you might check after meals to see how you did. Did you make the right judgment? Can you learn from that for the next time around? At bedtime, to be safe going into hours of sleep. In the middle of the night, for some people with diabetes, is necessary. Prior to, during, and after exercise. For the most part, exercise lowers blood sugar, but not always in everybody. It's not completely predictable. Monitoring is useful when low blood sugar is suspected and after treating low blood glucose levels to make sure they've normalized. It's useful when you think you could be high. You cannot always tell by symptoms. In fact, the longer you have diabetes, the less likely that you can tell that you're dropping high or low by how you feel, that is. And it's useful prior to performing critical tasks such as driving. Driving when your blood sugar is low makes you behave like your DWI. In fact, people have been pulled over and law enforcement thought that they were under the influence when in fact the reality was they're a person with diabetes whose blood sugar was too low for them to be safely driving, which could happen rapidly. They could have been okay when they got behind the wheel. So glucose monitoring is an integral component of effective therapy. Trying to treat diabetes without glucose monitoring is like driving without a speedometer. You simply don't know your status. The frequency of glucose monitoring is individualized. It depends on how that person's diabetes is being treated, how vulnerable they are to unexpected low blood sugars, whether there's a concurrent illness going on that could be affecting blood sugars, the age of the individual, how long they've had diabetes. There's a lot of variables that would dictate how frequently a person would be recommended to monitor their sugars. So it could be anywhere from somebody who's very stable with their diabetes might be checking their sugar once a day, to a person with a lot of variability in their blood sugars or a lot of variability in their lifestyle. They might be checking their sugar 12, 15 times a day to be safe. There are two approaches to blood sugar monitoring. Commonly, people prick their finger to get a tiny drop of blood. It's applied to a test strip, which is then inserted into a glucometer to read the results. It takes about 30 seconds. Test strips are single use only. That's important. As I said, people might test once a day or many times. Even people who are very knowledgeable about managing their diabetes need monitoring to be sure of what is going on. It is common for only a limited number of test strips to be covered by Medicare and commercial insurers. To use an old cliche, that is penny wise and pound foolish. There are mechanisms for people to get more test strips prescribed, but it's kind of a jumping through hoops rodeo for someone who has a challenging condition that takes a lot of their time and energy to effectively address, to also have to keep documenting and getting a new script from their provider to authorize the insurer to provide them an adequate number of test strips. It makes people give up on bothering to test as often as they ideally would. It's just another barrier in a complicated scenario. As you might expect, pricking your finger multiple times daily isn't a particularly pleasant experience. Although I will say, glucometers have improved enormously from when I started my career as a dietitian in 1979. The drop of blood is in fact tiny. The lancets are much narrower, and I say this in part for the public listening to encourage people not to be intimidated from doing that. But it is still, you're pricking your finger. The TV advertising notwithstanding, we do not have a way to test blood sugar that is non-invasive. It doesn't exist yet. So dealing with blood and a little bit of pain, but a little bit of pain multiplied times many episodes of that, makes it hard for people to check as frequently as would be beneficial. Continuous glucose monitoring is a wonderful alternative. A CGM is a device for measuring glucose levels continually through a sensor that you wear, and it slightly penetrates your skin when applied. They're about the size of a dime, maybe a little bigger. They are designed to remain in place for at least 7 days, depending on the particular product, it may be 10 days. Real-time CGMs send and display blood sugars to a smartphone or receiver automatically. They really help people understand the effects of their lifestyle on blood sugar. While I was still practicing, I was frequently impressed by the considerable increase in understanding of diabetes when people began using CGM. CGMs are not new, but they have not been in the common lexicon for people to use for diabetes until the last several years. Near the end of my time in practice, one of the companies had a program where you could get a sample CGM unit. It would only work for, I don't remember now, I think it was 10 days, so that people could test out what it would be like to wear a CGM and what kind of information they would get from it. It was such a pleasure as a provider trying to help people take good care of themselves to have this opportunity for people to try it out and see how much they would learn. And I so clearly remember the first person who sampled this working with me and many following. She was a woman in her 50s. She really worked hard to take good care of her diabetes before the CGM, but it frankly wasn't going very well. Her numbers were too high. She was at risk. And she came in after that trial period with the CGM and literally was euphoric. She said to me, "I have never understood my diabetes the way I understand it now. I want one of these forever." And her insurance company denied her coverage because many insurance companies will only cover CGMs if the patient needs to take insulin, and this woman was not being treated with insulin, and we could not get them to budge. I've lost my place here. Oh, yes. So also, CGMs provide trend info, meaning they indicate to the patient whether their blood sugar is trending up or down. That is very helpful information in making decisions about how much medication you might take or whether to take medication, or should you have a snack before you go out and do a run so that your blood sugar doesn't go too low. You get the idea of where things are going, not just what the point in time number is. In fact, one of my colleagues on the House Education Committee, which I hope is going to break away, I just realized I was supposed to remind him to come here, wears a continuous glucose monitor, and we occasionally hear it beep as he is alerted of the trend of what is happening with his blood sugar. Diabetes is a balancing act, trying to prevent harmful high blood sugars while avoiding overcorrecting and getting dangerously low blood sugars. CGM is associated with lower average blood sugars while preventing unsafe lows, less risk of complications, and fewer hospitalizations. People who have asymptomatic hypoglycemia or nighttime hypoglycemia, that's low blood sugar, are much safer with CGM. Up to 75% of high and low blood sugars go undetected without CGM. People don't know where they're at because you simply aren't going to prick your finger every 5 minutes all day long. Even if you had an unlimited supply of test strips, no one would do that. All of the improvements associated with using a CGM are reversed if the CGM is discontinued, which happens all too frequently if a patient changes coverage. People need continued access regardless of age, A1C level, or form of treatment. I'm going to skip over the next part here, but you'll see in my written testimony the recommendations from American Diabetes Association Standards of Care, which were just updated this month, and the confirmation from the Endocrine Society, American Association of Diabetes Educators, and American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, all supporting what I am saying. And I will go to the edited version of the bill because, as you've seen, the bill is long. It's a little bit duplicitous because the first half is about commercial insurance and the second half is about Medicaid coverage. They're almost exactly the same. It's just needed to be put into statute for both the same language. So the summary of the bill: all continuous or traditional blood glucose monitors and the necessary supplies for any person with a diagnosis of diabetes of any kind, including type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes, which is diabetes during pregnancy, or any other type of diabetes or hypoglycemia, would be covered. Supplies include, but are not limited to, sensors, test strips, the lancets to prick your finger, alcohol wipes, which you need. The bill would require coverage be provided without regard to the form of treatment. We now have a wide array of medications in the toolbox for diabetes. Some are oral medications, some are injectable but are not insulin. And then there are a variety of different kinds of insulin that have different durations of action. The right treatment for a patient is the one that gets them good blood sugar control. It's not one is preferable to another in a broad stroke way. So when our insurers or Medicaid tie the availability of glucose monitoring to one form of treatment, they're putting providers in the position of saying, well, maybe we should start you on insulin so you can adequately monitor your blood sugars, when maybe insulin isn't the best way for that person to be treating their diabetes. So I don't think that the coverage should be tied to the form of treatment. To qualify for continued coverage under this RSA, the recipient would need to participate in follow-up care with their treating licensed healthcare practitioner in person or through telehealth at least once every 6 months during the first 18 months of the glucose monitoring to assess the efficacy of using the monitor for treatment of his or her diabetes. And then after the first 18 months, follow-up care occurring a minimum of once every 12 months, which is the standard of care for diabetes anyway. Upon approval of new or improved glucose monitoring devices and supplies by the Food and Drug Administration, all policies governed by this section shall guarantee coverage of new diabetes equipment and supplies when medically appropriate and prescribed by a licensed healthcare practitioner qualified to treat diabetes. That section is from Rhode Island statute. It is in place, and the intent of it is diabetes research is substantial and ongoing, and we are evolving in the technology. The idea that would be that we would not have to come back to statute and say, oh, now we have something better than the CGM that was in existence when the statute was created, that we would simply be able to respect the state of the art and authorize that coverage and care. Let's see. And then finally, beginning on, proposed anyway, July 1st, 2024, coverage for glucose monitoring equipment and supplies shall have a limit on the total amount that an insured is required to pay for a 30-day supply of all medically necessary covered diabetes devices that are in accordance with their treatment plan at an amount not to exceed $30. So a $30 copay. These devices shall be covered without being subject to a deductible, and any cost sharing paid by an insured shall be applied toward the insured's deductible obligation. Nothing in this section prevents an insurer from reducing an insured's copayment or coinsurance. Without coverage, CGMs are in the vicinity of $500 a month. That is a whopping sum of money, especially added to the other costs of treating diabetes. I'm going to pause here. There are other speakers who will provide you more input and detail, but I am happy to try to answer questions if I can. And I thank you very much for your interest and attention.
Representative Spear.
So you listed a how much money diabetes is costing us in general, and it's pretty high. But if a person keeps, and I don't know anything too much about diabetes, but if a person keeps their blood sugar nice and steady, can they expect to avoid a lot of the illnesses you talked about, heart disease and kidney failure? So keeping it steady is very, very critical to avoiding much worse situations.
Thank you for the excellent question. And yes, we have known since I don't remember when this study was. I was in practice a long time. I want to say the late 80s, that if you strictly control blood sugar, and so you have the greatest amount of what is called time in range. So blood sugar is not a pinpoint, it's a range. And if you are able to keep a person's blood sugar in range most of the time, which is a lot, you really can't do it without glucose monitoring, we can largely eliminate complications. There should be no reason why any person diagnosed with diabetes today and effectively treating it would have an amputation or kidney failure. Heart disease has a lot of variables. Diabetes is the #1 cause of heart disease, I'm not going to guarantee, I'm not going to guarantee anything, but I don't think we would eliminate heart disease, but we would greatly, greatly reduce it. So yes, Representative Spear, the costs of diabetes are very much related to how well it's taken care of.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to ask a question that is based on what was told me a long time ago by a friend with type 1 diabetes. And I'm not sure that I understood correctly at the time, which is why I'm going to ask you this question. Is there a device which combines continuous glucose monitoring with timed or continuous release of insulin into the bloodstream when it's needed?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. So if anybody behind me wants to update me, because as noted, I'm no longer in practice, I think that device is still only available in a research context. So there are insulin pumps which provide the part of Representative Gibbs' question of dispensing insulin. They're programmable, they're enormously flexible. That's a whole other topic in legislation, perhaps for another day. And there are continuous glucose monitoring devices. A closed loop system would put those two together. I know that there has been research at Mass General and they trialed them.
But not to conflict with, isn't this the invention Dean Kamen?
I don't know, and I should, obviously.
So yes, this product is available in.
Is it out there in the marketplace?
Yes.
Wow, cool. I stand corrected. Thank you, Representative Hunt.
I'm the last person that will be telling you this, but yes, it's okay. All right.
Further question.
Further question you may inquire.
If well, apparently that device is now out in the market.
So I hear.
If it is, assuming that it is, would it be covered under this bill?
There is no language in this bill to address that device. I would think we would want to put language in to prevent any ambiguity, but since my interpretation would be that device is a continuous glucose monitor, it happens to also be an insulin pump. So I would say yes.
So, but based on your testimony, and again, whether I was paying attention or not, your issue here is not for those people who have diabetes and are getting insulin tested. Your issue here is that the insurance companies are not reimbursing for the test kits if the person doesn't need insulin. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question to clarify. That is part of the intent of this bill.
Okay.
So all people with diabetes, regardless of whether they're treated with insulin, but certainly including folks who are treated with insulin, should have access to the glucose monitoring devices that work well for them.
Okay.
And I should just note, if you have a continuous glucose monitor, you also need to have a traditional glucose monitor, because there are occasional circumstances that I'm sure you don't want me to get in the weeds about, that you would need to use your traditional monitor as a backup to the CGM.
Got it. Okay. Next is, I think, Representative McHugh and then Representative Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for bringing this important topic to us, and I respect all your work as a diabetic educator. That's tough work and great work. You probably remember the Livongo model of surrounding those potential diabetic patients with the best-in-class customer service and just sending anyone even remotely close to a 5.8 or whatever A1C, a glucose monitor. And it worked wonderfully. And they did it because they knew the health economics were solid. The payers knew that if we bought all these, sent them out, that it would lower their bottom line elsewhere.
And your question
So
is?
the question is, there is about continuous monitoring, Dexcom, Freestyle Libre, these devices that are a lot more expensive. Do the same health economics necessarily exist? Because you obviously still have to have a finger stick, or maybe, by the way, there are about 4 or 5 NIR, near infrared devices that are completely non-invasive now They're in various stages of approval. They're not widely used yet, but there's a
Right.
bunch of them out there, sensors, and it's all NAR based. So the question is, do the same health economics exist for the much more expensive these types of devices? I guess that's my question.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for appreciating diabetes educators. You're right. It's hard work. It's also really rewarding at times anyway. I don't have an adequate answer to your query. And I've had difficulty trying to find that data on any scale. So with respect, if anybody else is able to weigh in on that, that would be awesome.
Great. Thank
I'm
you.
still trying to find it.
Representative Terry has a question.
Yeah, thank you. You referenced Rhode Island statute in your testimony. Can you tell us how many states have legislation identical or similar to what you are proposing here? And then the second part of my question is, we will be hearing, no doubt, from insurance company representatives. What has been the response to call for this type of treatment, shall we say, from insurers, such that you believe it's necessary to bring this forth as proposed legislation?
Thank you for the questions. The first one's easy. There are 6 states, unless any have passed legislation in the last 2 months that I haven't caught up with, that do have legislation similar to this. And this is modeled after kind of a compilation from those states. Rhode Island, Florida, Washington State, I want to say Oklahoma, but I'm not 100% certain. And I apologize for my vagueness on some of this. I have a newborn baby granddaughter, so I'm a little pulled back and forth in the last couple weeks.
It's okay if you just get the
And
6
the
states.
second question,
Just follow up later.
Please.
Yeah, we will have a subcommittee, so if you can have that
okay,
first.
that's fine. I can do
That'd
that.
be great. Thank you.
And then the second part of the question.
So the second question is insurance coverage for, I would say, both traditional and continuous glucose monitors is inconsistent. There are not a lot of patients who have commercial insurance who can't get any kind of monitor. Most people can get a traditional monitor, but maybe with limitations on the strips. But it is not, continuous glucose monitors are not routinely covered for people with type 2 diabetes, which is 90% of the diabetic population.
And that's why?
Why is it not covered? Are you,
Right.
Is that the question?
Right. What are you hearing from insurers such that they're not doing this or won't do it?
Well, they will testify, so they'll
Well, I'd like to hear from,
her opinion.
yes, well, her testimony.
I don't have a good answer for that because it's perplexing to me. I can't wrap my head around why it wouldn't make sense.
I have a quick question about the bill.
Yeah, Representative Purcelli.
Thank you. I have a congratulations on your
Thank you.
I have a quick question about the bill specifically. So is there, the technology is evolving every day. So are these devices somehow approved so that insurers would have no ambiguity as to what devices should be covered? My follow-up question, is it just limited to the devices and it's not, this bill, we're not talking about covering insulin itself, correct?
So the first question, yes, they are all FDA approved. There aren't all that many of them, but it does specify FDA approved devices. And in the clause about, what's the latest and greatest, it's still FDA approved. It's not experimental. We're not in any way asking for coverage of that sort. I'm sorry, remind me of the second question.
This is limited to the devices and
yes.
strips and equipment,
Right.
and not to the
This isn't.
coverage for prescription insulin drugs, correct?
That is correct. This is entirely about monitoring so that the patient with diabetes knows their status. This bill is not at all about coverage of how you would then address that status, how you're treating diabetes. It's just about knowing how you're doing ongoing.
Great. Thank you very much. Now,
Thank you.
is Nick here? Oh, there he is. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nick Tremana. I am a representative from Keene, Cheshire 1. And I'm very pleased to be a co-sponsor of this bill, in part because 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago, my son Henry, who's now 13, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. He had a health emergency. Took him to the emergency room in Keene. Then he ended up spending the better part of the next week in pediatric intensive care in Lebanon at Dartmouth. We have gone on a long learning curve, and it's remarkable to me that over the past even just 3 years, the availability of testing devices and treatment has evolved so much, and it's been really heartening to see. When Henry first came home after his diagnosis, he was for some time, I forget how long, doing the finger sticking, doing it several times a day. This is particularly difficult in an adolescent because of hormonal changes and other chemical changes in the body that can lead to spikes and lows in kind of unpredictable ways. And so there was a lot of testing. It's especially true when you're talking about children who are playing sports, right? So you have the adolescent hormones and chemical changes combined with the effects of vigorous exercise on and heat, right, also can exacerbate those things. So he was doing a lot of testing. It's also an issue during the school day, right, when he would have to leave class frequently. He ended up, if you total the amount of time that he missed class, because if he started to feel low and he would have to go to the nurse's office in order to be stuck, in order to be tested, it was a significant amount of time that he would be missing class. He would be missing chunk of he'd have to eat his lunch very quickly because part of his lunchtime was taken up with going down to the nurse, getting tested, and then having his lunch. And often that meant he'd have to eat lunch very, very quickly. So we were very thankful to have that device and to be able to monitor him, but it was definitely a challenge. Then he moved on to a Freestyle Libre. Some of you may be familiar with this. It was on his arm, and he could test it now not with a finger stick, but with a device that came with the Freestyle Libre that he could hold up to his phone and then or hold up to the device, and then eventually an app on his phone. That was really great because he not only didn't have to stick his finger, there was always a backup for that. In certain circumstances, you still want to be able to do a direct blood test because they're measuring things slightly differently. But one of the nice things about that was that my wife and I could download apps on our phones so that when he tested his blood sugar at different times of day, that he was able to, we could see that on our phones. It also tracked his blood sugar over the course of time, and his specialist up at Dartmouth was able to access that data. And so you could get a day by day, week by week, month by month readout to see when highs occurred, when lows occurred. And it allowed for adjustment, which happened quite frequently, as I said, not uncommon as I understand it with adolescent diabetics. So that was a really great step in the right direction. It malfunctioned, I don't want to say a lot, but enough that, again, finger sticking was quite common. And then he would also always have to inject himself. So leaving the classroom, for example, missing school time to go to the nurse's office he could test it himself, but to get the injection several times a day, depending on where his blood sugar was, still had to go to the nurse's office. So that didn't go away. Now he is on a Dexcom, which is really great. This is a pump. There's something in his arm, and he has the pump, which is really great for all of these things, right? So that it can test regularly, and it can provide regular injections as he needs them in order to keep his blood sugar in the appropriate range. It's great when he's playing sports. As you can imagine, early on, he wasn't thrilled about he's out on the baseball field and my wife and I can read his blood sugar level, and we have to go out there and tell him, in front of his friends, like, look, you really need to come in so we can give you a shot, or you can get sugar or get something to eat, et cetera. Now all of that is monitored. He can take care of that himself. Likewise, in school, he is able to manage that himself. And also, before he had the Dexcom, he would have, and I apologize, I'm not going to get the names right, but he would have the fast-acting insulin that he would take during the day, but he also had, I think it was Humalog, which is long-lasting at night. So that's it's a separate prescription. It's a separate drug that you would use in order to cover that overnight period. We don't have to do that anymore. The continuous glucose monitor monitors that overnight, and if he gets low, it provides him these little doses, boluses, rather than larger units, which is a much more effective way of controlling his blood sugar overnight. When we first were prescribed the Dexcom, we got it approved. And then it just didn't come, and it didn't come, and it didn't come. And so we followed up. I spent numerous hours on the phone with our insurance company trying to understand why. It turns out that our insurance company had changed how they cover the Dexcom. It had originally been under a prescription drug plan, but they changed it without telling us to durable medical supplies. And they had just kind of canceled the order rather than telling us that we needed to talk to our physician, get a new order put in. You know, they said, that's the other side of the company. You know, our computer doesn't talk to their computer. So it took a long time to get it going. When it wasn't clear that insurance was going to cover it, we were going to pay for it ourselves because the benefits are really great. We were looking at about $300 a month for that, in addition to other things that we pay for monthly. And this is a significant, obviously significant outlay. I'm fortunate to have good insurance. I have a good job. I have good pay. So it would have been not pleasant for us to pay that in addition to all the other things that we have to pay for, but it would have been doable. Fortunately, insurance did end up, everything got straightened out, and now it's $40 a month as opposed to the $300 that we would have been spending in addition to other costs. So for us to do that, as I said, it would not have been pleasant, but it would have been possible, and we would have done it. I can only imagine, you know, the number of Granite Staters, if we're looking at 6,600 people a year, how many of those are children who are not eligible, for example, for Medicaid, but who are also, you know, would really financially be put in a bind if they're looking at $300 to $500 a month just for that device, in addition to the other costs that Representative Damon spoke about that come along with treating diabetes. So I'm happy to ask or answer rather any questions. I wanted to share that as an example of kind of the progression, particularly with a child with diabetes, and the importance of these devices and how expensive they can be, and how much it would mean for a lot of folks in the Granite State to make sure that they don't have to worry about either paying that out of pocket or possibly not being able to afford to do that in a reasonable way. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Is the Dexcom, is that correct?
Yes.
Dexcom that your son has a combined device that both monitors and administers medication when needed?
Yes, it is. I thank you for the question. And it was this weird with the insurance. One thing that gets complicated is there's the pump, which actually our insurance company said, sure, we'll cover that, no problem. And it came in the mail. But then you also need to get the cartridges that contain the insulin that go into the device. And that's what they weren't going to cover, right? So you can get the pump free, right? But $300 a month for the cartridges that go into the pump. So he does have one of those devices that both monitors and then administers.
Okay, Representative Spear.
I don't know for sure if you would know the answer to this question. Your son is obviously on insulin, but if a person did not require insulin, would they have access to any kind of monitoring at all through insurance?
I can't answer that question, unfortunately.
Representative McGibb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, it's two separate devices, correct? The Dexcom, and then they integrate with at least one that I know of, Tandem, I think. but I think perhaps others too. So Dexcom is Dexcom, CGM is CGM, insulin pump
You
is
have a
insulin pump.
question now.
So I'm just trying to clarify.
Right, it's an
Can he
integrated
clarify
system.
that? Because I think there's some confusion amongst
Okay.
like what Dean Kamen invented, which was just an insulin pump.
Got it.
It's in the 70s or something.
Right, it's an integrated system.
Okay, two separate devices though, right? One's monitoring, one's drug
Yes.
delivery.
Yes,
Okay,
that
they
is
just
correct.
talk to each other electronically.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I think we got a good idea of what we're dealing with here. So let's hear the insurance company's position. We'll start with Heidi Roll, who represents AHIP. And it is still morning, barely.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I represent AHIP, which is America's Health Insurance Plans, or the trade association for the health insurance carriers. So we do have concerns about the bill. I guess I would first turn people's attention to the bill's fiscal note, which was prepared by the insurance department. So it explains what the bill does and some flags that they have flagged for us. So as we've heard discussion today, the bill does seek to expand coverage for diabetes monitoring supplies and equipment for individuals with diabetes that do not currently use insulin therapy. So it would increase the eligible population for the service, and as the department indicates in their fiscal note, it would increase the eligible population significantly. The bill is also seeking to cap the insured's cost share responsibility to no more than $30 for a 30-day supply, regardless of whether the patient has met their deductible yet or not. You know, I think this is an important point. The costs don't go away. The costs would need to be picked up elsewhere. You know, it's like a balloon. If you squeeze the cost out of one area, they're going to have to go into something else. So it would put upward pressure on premiums and or cause upward pressure on other cost sharing, copays, cost shares for other services in the health plan. So the department indicates in its fiscal note that, you know, the bill would increase the frequency, unit cost, and total cost of claims. The department expects the extent of this increase to be non-trivial but indeterminable at this time, and this may result in upward pressure on premiums, and we would agree with that assessment. I also would say that when you place a cap like this of $30, you are essentially giving the manufacturers of the equipment no incentive whatsoever to keep their prices affordable. And so the sky is the limit for them once you put in a cap like this, where insurance is basically paying, you know, the premium payers are basically paying for anything above the $30. I also wanted to point out that the way the bill is drafted, this would apply only to the fully insured market, so the individual, small group, and large group fully insured. So it's not applying to the self-funded market, which is about 34% of New Hampshire's insurance market. The group, the employer-sponsored market, fully insured, somewhere around 20 to 21%. The individual market is under 6%. So this bill would target, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 28% of the insurance market, putting aside Medicaid. I'm not here to talk about the Medicaid piece. So I just wanted to, and the other type of carriers or insurance that would not be covered by this are folks who have out-of-state employers who don't have brick and mortar here in New Hampshire. So if you're working either remotely for an out-of-state company, or you live in New Hampshire but you work in Massachusetts or Vermont or Maine, chances are that that out-of-state employer would not, if that's your situation, your out-of-state employer would not be covered by this either. And I say that only because we have situations where we pass mandates, and then a year or so later, people come back and they complain, we passed a mandate, my insurance company is still not covering, and it's because your insurance company is not, the law does not apply to them. I think in terms of coverage, if we do have medical necessity requirements, so what carriers are doing, applying in a fair and equitable way, is to apply the medical necessity standards. So if it's medically necessary, it's covered. Just because something is covered doesn't mean a patient doesn't have a cost share. The only services that are available without a cost share are ones that are deemed to be preventative services under the Affordable Care Act. As you heard from the insurance department at the beginning of this, this goes beyond what's deemed under the Affordable Care Act to be preventative services. Finally, I'd say in a couple of places here, you'll see that the bill would remove prior authorization. We do have a concern with that. Prior authorization, well, not everybody likes it. It's there for a reason. It's there both to provide safety and kind of quality of care for the patient, and it's also there to make sure that we manage costs. Also, I did notice in the bill, it requires that the carrier must guarantee coverage of new diabetes equipment and supplies as they come into the market. And again, new equipment tends to come with a high price tag. And so I think we would not want to take away the flexibility to make sure that we're using equipment that is, the most cost-effective available and still doing the job. So we would have a concern with that section as well. And as you heard earlier from the insurance department, the state would have a responsibility as drafted for additional costs under this. There's the cost of frail issue. And finally, the effective date is written as 60 days after passage. Typically when we require mandates or have new mandate laws, we at least try to sync them up with the plan year, which would be the first of a new year. And with that, I will keep my remarks short. I don't want to stand between you and lunch. I know there are other
Okay.
speakers.
Well, we do have questions here. We'll start with Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. So I'm curious, I don't think you really touched on it. Do you, or does the insurance industry have a position on what the sponsor suggested, which is this is kind of penny wise and pound foolish in terms of this would actually reduce overall costs? I mean, surely you guys have studied it, or perhaps you haven't. Like, what she said makes sense to me, but what's your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I think, insurance, like I said, insurance carriers provide, follow medical necessity guidelines. Those medical necessity guidelines are continuously evolving. They're developed by folks who are outside of the insurance companies. They're, developed by experts in the field looking at best practices, most current standards. And so my understanding, and I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding is that that the continuous monitoring is, if you're on insulin, then it's, it's recommended, or, more likely to be recommended. If you're not, then it's, my understanding is that it's not a typical, typically recommended.
Further question? So, and then just, I'm sympathetic to your point about the $30 cap. I see what you're saying. It could lead to higher costs because the patient's only going to ever pay $30 of it.
Yeah.
If this bill, goes further, do you think it would be a better idea to do something like they pay a share, 10% of it, if the average price is $30? Or if the average price is $300, 10% would get us to $30. that way, if you have a newer one coming online, then a patient might have an incentive to say, hey, I don't want to pay 10% of a high cost one, but this other one, which maybe isn't as techy, but it will cause them to choose that basically because they're impacted by the price. Is my
Right,
point.
absolutely.
Would that be an amendment perhaps that might be a little bit more appealing to the industry?
So, I mean, I think the way things normally would work now is that, you know, if there's, when things are covered, there's negotiated contracts, whether it's a service or a piece of equipment. So the patient gets the advantage of the negotiated price until they've met their deductible. And then once they've met their deductible, they're either paying a copay or a co-insurance. And you're right, insurance companies try to provide incentives for people to use lower cost alternatives that are equally effective because they are paying a copay or a co-insurance. So, you know, typically there's incentives where you'll have a lower copay if you're using something that's a lower cost, and you try to encourage you to go in that way. So I think that's actually how things are happening now. So this
would
this
prevent
cap of $30 would
Yeah,
diverge
so,
from that.
yeah, just to be clear, you know, if you look in the bill where the print, the $30 is current law. And
looked like it was
for, not for the new language, obviously, but for under the current statute. And I would say I've been around long enough where it originally was passed, it was $100, and then we lowered it to $30. And this is not for the new group of people. This is for the insulin right now. You can see.
Right, the $30 for insulin, but this also proposes a $30 cap on the
page 4.
equipment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying the
This
30,
applies.
that's where the 30 comes from, is that we actually statutorily required it for insulin. Representative Spear.
Are there any actuarial information that indicates if you have type 1 I'm not sure I would get it right. The kind that doesn't require insulin, whichever type that is. I don't know what that is.
I'd have to look
If-
into that. Oh, sorry.
Here's my question.
Okay.
though. If you have whatever type that is there any actuarial information that indicates how serious of one of these kidney diseases or heart failures or any of this are likely to occur?
I can look into that. I'm sure there is. I mean, insurance carriers don't want people having more expensive episodes of care either. I mean, I think we all have the same goal of keeping people healthy so that they're not getting sick, not having to go to the hospital, you know, having other more severe impacts. But I'm not aware of that, but I'm sure there's that information out there.
Can we
I
get
can
that
look into-
information?
Yeah,
I can look
so
into it.
I will tell you that as someone who has experience with type 1, which is juvenile, yes, they often lose limbs. Okay. What I want to say is that when we talk to a lobbyist who is not a doctor, is not a healthcare provider, it's hard to ask them these type of questions. So that we can, no, there's no actuarial. The end of the day, it's always a good, you know, you hear that it's a lot of juvenile that are very brittle. They're just in terms of how bad and how often they test, and there's some you know how good they are on maintaining them. So yes, I think Junie Blaisdell was a juvenile diabetic, and he lived as he was a Senate president. He lived for a very long time. So, but some do not, and it's all over the map. Okay, Representative Terry.
Thank you. You referenced in the fiscal note, you referenced us to the fiscal note. And then I heard in your testimony, you indicate costs non-trivial, indeterminate. At the same time, I believe, since you're representing AHIP, that this is a 50-state association. And we have heard in testimony that there are 6 other states that have passed similar or identical legislation to that which is being proposed. If you do not have the data readily available for us today, would you supply this committee with experience data from the 6 states that have enacted such legislation so that we can begin to gauge the fiscal impact of this proposed legislation if it were to come into effect in some way, shape, or form here in New Hampshire. And particularly with respect to the effect that we all acknowledge that diabetes, and we've heard today from the sponsor, that diabetes has a cascading effect in terms of deleterious consequences, so that with respect to the data that would come to us through you from the 6 states, your colleagues in the other 6 states, that one would surmise that there would be there would be a reduction in the costs of insurance payouts on the basis of the fact that the diabetes would be better controlled. So could you do that for us? Please.
I'm happy to look in to see what information is available from other states.
I would think that's critical for us, critical.
I don't know what data is available, but I will look for it.
That's going to be tricky day because the problem is people don't stick with the same insurance company all the way through, so it's hard to collect it.
I would also say that from what I
that would be a tough one to.
So, Mr. Chairman, is this a matter of we don't know until we know because we can't know until we know?
I'll take this moment to say, share with everybody, maybe or did not hear from what the department said right out of the get-go, which is that that this bill would require us to do a financial analysis, and that would take a year. So no matter what we do, this bill cannot pass this year. It will go to interim study in which the department will do its study, its economic impact study, because we need to know what and then so next year, when the sponsor reintroduces the bill again, at that point, it will have an actual appropriation that it's going to cost the state to implement it.
Right. I
just guarantee I get reelected and be back.
I would also, I agree with what with what the insurance department said about the mandate review, and then the other piece of this is the Medicaid piece.
And the
which
Medicaid is
also-
that's the state going to
Right,
have to cough up with that money. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so why don't we just go to the insurance companies and let's get them out of the way, and then we'll have just the people who are in support of the bill. So next up is Sabrina Dunlap from Anthem.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. I'm Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Director of Government Relations at Anthem. And I just wanted to know, I have family members and very dear family friends who deal with type 1 diabetes. So I very much appreciate the sensitivity of and importance of this topic. So we do have concerns with how broad the bill is. I won't repeat what Heidi said, but I spoke with our medical director and he found this very concerning because his read on this language is that this would open it up, these devices, to all patients, even where not appropriate. And he noted that there are specialty societies that do not recommend the use of these devices in all patients with type 2 diabetes. I believe that in the fiscal note, the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology is cited. And I can follow up with our medical director to get the other specialty societies that do not recommend the devices for all type 2 diabetes. So I think, just the breadth of this and just sort of opening the doors where the devices might not be clinically appropriate is probably the most concerning issue. I would also just note, I know Heidi touched on this a little bit, but we do often hear confusion about coverage versus cost share. And as Heidi noted, if something's medically necessary, it's going to be covered. And just because someone has a copay and they're paying money, they might think, well, this isn't covered, but it actually is. And then you get into, benefit design and the type of plan that you have. So anyway, I'm happy to take any questions, but thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
And this is a real question. Not a little.
Would you believe it is a real question?
Yeah, no. Go ahead.
Thank you for coming for Anthem. How many type 1 patients do you cover in New Hampshire if it was limited to type 1? So how many? So I already know your claims experience and reimbursement, so I know what it would cost, but I just don't know how many type 1 you have.
I do not know that off the top of my head, but I could try to look into that. I'm not sure that's something I could answer.
So type 1 are covered now. This is really a type 2, more for type 2, or people who have high,
Do we already mandate
AC1.
coverage for type 1 CGMs?
Read the print in the bill.
I think it was
Read the
mandatory.
stuff that's not boldface. Believe you me, we've had this bill several times. This
I don't think
issue around.
CGMs are mandated.
No, the CGMs
coverage.
are not. That's not.
That's the bill.
Right.
So the follow up is if
How
it's
many CG1s are out there?
how many type 1s? So it's about 5%, 5 to 10% of the total diabetic population. There's 100,000, give or take, diabetics in New Hampshire. So it's really it's under 10,000. I just want to know how many Anthem has.
Oh,
right. And and it
they're not
costs them
gonna tell you
about
that.
$4,000 to $6,000.
It's
Those are the numbers.
proprietary.
Right. What's that?
I didn't say anything.
I said it's proprietary. They're not going to tell us how many patients they have. Okay. Thank Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Shouldn't the question of who needs a continuous glucose monitor be answered by the individual patient's doctor based on the individual patient's needs and not by the recommendations, the general recommendations of a society of specialists?
Well, thank you for the question. I'm not a medical professional, so I mean, I assume that is the current state, though, that is how the system works, is that a provider makes a recommendation, hopefully in accordance with accepted guidelines. And all carriers do our reviews, and our medical directors all work under widely accepted medical guidelines as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank
All right.
you.
Peter, you're the last one. Harvard Pilgrim. I'm shocked. I would think a nonprofit would cover all these things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Second day in a row, I've had the pleasure of paying you a visit. And I'm Peter Bragdon, for the record. I'm a senior policy advisor with Preddy Strategies, also a recovering House and Senate member. Here representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. As the chairman mentioned, Harvard Pilgrim is a not-for-profit health insurance company, the only not-for-profit health insurance company in the state covering the individual and group markets. And in saying that, part of that is we don't have shareholders to answer to. We're not trying to make money for people. What we're looking for is what is the best long-term solution. So one of the prior questions had to do with, well, don't you look down the road to see if you solve this problem now, then you don't have this problem later on. And certainly that is something we look at all the time. Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare currently covers continuous long-term glucose monitoring devices. The coverage criteria is based on medical necessity, and the medical necessity is not something that the board of directors of Harvard gets together, people who are just, nothing about medical issues, and make some decision. We have panels of medical specialists who review all the available literature. And in the case of glucose monitoring devices, the sources we use for our medical necessity criteria are the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology, who currently recommends glucose monitoring devices for individuals diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and those diagnosed with type 2 who also use insulin therapy. Also, the sources we use are the American Diabetes Association, the 2023 Standards of Care. It was mentioned earlier, they've just updated that. Obviously, we regularly update our medical criteria based on the latest criteria from the groups that understand these issues the best. And obviously, if a provider requests something that doesn't fit within our medical guidelines, then there is an appeal process if it doesn't fit in to make an explanation as to why the provider thinks that these other groups may be wrong on an issue. So it's not just on a whim that these decisions are made. Let's see. I'll point out, Heidi mentioned that these types of bills, and I should say, let me take a step back as well. There's going to be a number of bills you're going to see this year, and you're going to hear me several times express concerns about them. Bills that basically say we don't, that neglect medical necessity, that we should do various things for various other reasons other than medical reasons. And those may all be well and good policy decisions, but you have to understand that's a slippery slope you go down. There's going to be bills on prosthetics, on infertility treatments, on lead testing. There's this bill here that basically says no medical necessity required at all. Just do this. So that's a concern overall, because those costs have to go somewhere, and they're going to go to the people who pay the premiums. And we all know that insurance premiums are high enough. I pay my own insurance premiums. They're high enough the way it is. All these types of things are going to increase the pressure on those, as well as bills like this one that take away any cost sharing, or at least try to limit the cost sharing of the subscriber. So basically that means it's going to go to the premiums. So our view is, as a not-for-profit, is we want to make it so the premiums are affordable, so as many people and companies can have this as possible. And so we're dealing with the issue of only 20%, as Heidi said, of the employers in the state or people in the state would be covered by the fully insured plans. Let me also point out that that means it doesn't include state employees. Why do we pass all these state mandates to cover various things, but say, oh, but the state won't have to pay for this employees? It also doesn't cover the cities and towns and school districts in New Hampshire, which are covered by RSA 5B as risk pools. Why don't we mandate that they cover this as well? If we're really concerned about covering these things, we should make that a part of the mandate as well. Let's see. This bill would, as I indicated, override medical criteria, require coverage of glucose monitoring devices and supplies to individuals with diabetes that do not currently use insulin therapy, and for whom a continuous glucose monitor may not be medically necessary. The fiscal note indicates there are only 575 people, I believe, in the state that are currently under the commercial insurance market that have glucose monitoring devices. The testimony indicated there's close to 100,000 people in the state that may have diabetes, or that's the ones diagnosed. So if you make this available to everybody, then just consider what that will do to the price that people have to pay for their premiums. I guess that's the basic thing, is there's medical criteria out there. They are not developed on a whim. They're not just throwing darts at a wall. We use these professional organizations that understand these diseases and their causes and their treatments and the ramifications thereof to make recommendations on what's appropriate so that we can be the best fiscal stewards of the premium dollars that we have. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Representative Terry.
Thank you. So one of the states that was identified that has enacted this legislation is Rhode Island. I presume that's within your business territory.
I made a note, Representative Terry, to check on what's
So I was
happening.
wondering if you would check and get back to us on the experience that Harvard Pilgrim has had, because yes, it makes sense that premiums would initially increase to cover these additional, shall we call them, benefits, for the lack of a better term right now. But then we've also acknowledged that there are net gains in terms of the reduction of costs to have to pay for other conditions because the blood glucose is being controlled within an appropriate range. So if you could get that data from Rhode Island to us, we'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Representative. I did make a note of, not in addition to all the states, be curious, but Rhode Island, obviously, in the New England area, be curious.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you a question similar to the one that I asked the Anthem representative, and that is, shouldn't the question of medical necessity for an individual patient be answered by that patient's physician based on the individual patient's needs, and not by a not by a panel of medical experts making a general recommendation, or by a society of experts making a general recommendation? Because, as I'm sure you're aware, needs of individual patients vary.
Thank you for the question. I certainly understand the concern. I guess I would say, as I pointed out, that there's an appeal process. So if a provider, for some reason, thinks that the American Diabetes Association doesn't know what they're talking about or is misunderstanding a certain issue, they can bring that before the panel. But for a vast majority of the cases, these guidelines present what the experts think should be done. But there is a way to bypass that if someone thinks their decision needs to be made outside of those recommendations. But these groups spend full time studying the best treatment for these diseases and conditions.
Representative Herbert.
I'm not sure you know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask anyway. Is there any, in terms of federal funds, is there any interaction here, whereas some of the federal government under Medicaid or Medicare or some program would also chip in order to pay these bills? Is there any access that way?
Well, thank you for the question. Certainly, part of this bill deals with Medicaid, and that obviously would have a lot of federal interaction. But to my understanding, at least on the commercial insurance side, individual and small group market, I don't believe there's anything like that.
Representative Sullivan.
So when you talk about the panel that helps set up these guidelines, can you tell us who's on these panels? Do they include a wide range of people, or?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can get you information on kind of the types of people that are on this. Most insurance companies probably work the same way. There is a medical director that oversees the entire thing, and then panels of other medical professionals with specialty or expertise or at least knowledge in these areas to make recommendations. But I can get you some better information on that.
And, obviously, medical necessity is a term that, for those of us who've been on this committee a long time, are acutely aware. So I think I might have the department come in and make a little bit of a presentation to explain how the medical director, how the process that occurs in terms of these decisions. But I will reemphasize what he just said is that if the doctor does prescribe and the insurance company will say, no, we won't do it. If the doctor really does believe that this patient is appropriate, is legislation which I sponsor.
I was going to say, who sponsored that legislation?
We have the external review process that, in a timely fashion, will address the issue. And my understanding is the external review has been very successful for patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We have 5 cards left. And I will just say to all of you, you stand between us and lunch, and you know how important getting our lunch is, right? So I have some cards like 10 minutes. Please, let's try to focus on making a point that has not been made already. That's all I can ask. Okay, so Joanne Archibald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Janan Archibald. I am the Director of Policy and Government Affairs for One Sky Community Services. We are an agency that services individuals with developmental disabilities and acquired brain disorders. I usually come before committees and speak on behalf of the families to tell their stories, but today I can speak on my own story. 12 years ago, my daughter was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. We lived here in New Hampshire. They weren't able to care for her here, so they airlifted her down to Boston, where she was placed in the ICU for a while. And at the time, people came out and said, we're 5 years from a cure. And so I was sitting out in the lobby one day, and the older doctor came by, and he said, how are you doing? I said, I'm fine. We'll get 5 years from a cure. And he said, I'm going to give you some advice. He goes, we've been 5 years from a cure for as long as I've been around. He goes, in the absence of a cure, technology will keep your daughter alive. So that's all I needed to hear. At the time, 12 years ago, there wasn't as much technology available as there is today. CGMs were not available for pediatric use at the time. So I've lived before the day of CGM and after the day of CGM. And I can tell you, before these devices were available, what life was like. 10 times a day minimum for insurance coverage and for our endocrinologist. So that meant me getting up 2-3 times in the middle of the night by her bedside, pricking her finger. If her blood sugar was low, I'd spend the night on the floor, testing her every 20 minutes to make sure she was safe to go to sleep. Every morning she would wake up and I would say a prayer saying, thank God she woke up. This is the life that I led before CGMs. She played track. Anything, as one of the representatives just said, would affect her blood sugar. Heat, exercise, and sometimes it's not immediate. It could be 4 hours later. So in the middle of the night, she would get a low after running track that day. So we didn't sleep much. We had a lot of grilled cheeses at 3 a.m, trying to keep her safe and healthy. I quit my job to go to school so I could be with her at school, so I could go on field trips to help her so the nurse wouldn't be overburdened with just her care. It was that much work. Then CGMs were approved. And this thing is a life changer. It made all the difference in the world. And if you don't know what they are, I brought one, and they've changed forms over the last 12 years. They've gotten better every year. You can wear them longer, they're smaller. This is the device that goes on her body. It's just this little tiny transmitter. And this is the sensor that inserts it. So this puts a base in her stomach where she plugs this in. It goes to a Bluetooth connection to her phone. And it also goes to my phone. So I can watch, or whoever's phone that she wants to put it on. And what we do is, she's at college now, which is terrifying if you're a parent of a diabetic. So she keeps, you can set the alert. She says, okay, if my blood sugar gets below 100, it alerts. Now, it doesn't only alert at that threshold, but if she's crashing for some reason, and it will tell you you're crashing hard, so you can do proactive administration of your blood sugars. And so I set mine 20 points lower than hers. So if she hits 70, I know that she's in trouble, and I call her. And then I call her boyfriend, and then I call her friends, and then I call the police. So that's sort of our little thing. So she makes sure that I don't get to the third line of defense there. So it's a great sort of proactive tool. Once I found the benefit of this, I said, this is it. Everybody needs this device. So I became an activist. I was actively involved in the CGM Medicare Access Act in 2015, which allowed Medicare to cover CGMs for seniors. And it took about 2 years of lobbying our federal delegation, but it did pass. And, as one of the other representatives says, one of the highlights of that testimony that I listened to was talking about driving. They were saying that seniors, when they're driving long distances, the rhythmic sort of motion of a car could masquerade a low blood sugar. So not only does it keep them safe, but it keeps everyone else on the road safe. So I just wanted to tell you how this has impacted my life, how it's impacted everyone else's life. And I just hope you keep that in consideration. Diabetes is expensive. My husband and I both work. We max out our FSAs every year. I think this year it was $27.50 we could each deduct for FSA, and that money's gone by the summer. 90% of that goes to her. It's gone before that if one of us has a test or something, but it's a lot. And I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to be able to help her. But she worries about it too. She's graduating in a year. She's like, I don't know how I'm going to afford my diabetes supplies. And that kind of breaks my heart because I want her to follow her heart and take a job that she wants to do, not a job that she has to do because of her health issues. Thank you.
Thank you for coming and sharing that story. Okay, Liz Kennett? It's a K. Yes, it is a K. You don't make a K that way, but it works for me.
Low blood sugar.
Can you just press the button there? Yep.
There we go. Okay. Thank you. I'm a registered nurse and a certified diabetes care and education specialist, previously known as a CDE or a diabetes educator. I have 38 years of experience in this field. I'm also the grassroots leader of our local body of diabetes educators, and I am in support of this bill. You've already heard a lot about CGMs and how they continuously measure blood sugar, and that this data can be communicated to a smartphone, a smartwatch, and as our previous speaker said, it can also be communicated to the smartphone of a parent of a child with diabetes. According to the American Diabetes Association 2023 Executive Summary on Health Equity in Diabetes Technology, and this is what we're talking about, is the upcoming diabetes technology. For all people living with diabetes, continuous glucose monitors, or CGMs, provide significant, potentially life-changing benefits for diabetes management, and in turn for avoidance or delay of serious comorbidities, hospitalizations, and even death. Well, how does this system work? The CGM communicates a blood sugar to a phone. The person with diabetes knows immediately where their blood sugar is, whether it's safe, whether it's too low, too high, or whether it's trending in an unsafe direction. Wearing a CGM is similar to having a gas gauge in a car or a blood sugar gauge in your body. In the early stages of diabetes, the body does give a warning when the blood sugar is going too low. Many lose that warning over the years. Many lose that warning when they're on medications such as beta blockers that prevent them from experiencing the symptoms of low blood sugar. They can't tell where the blood sugar is running. People can become disoriented, lose consciousness, have seizures. A CGM warns a person that they have low blood sugar or are trending in that direction. They can then treat themselves and prevent a serious health problem. Ladies and gentlemen, gas gauges for vehicles have been standard since 1920. Gas gauges have long prevented folks from being stranded with an empty tank by the side of the road. Well, isn't it time that persons with diabetes have an accurate and continuous blood sugar gauge for their bodies? By supporting this bill, you can prevent a person with diabetes from losing consciousness while driving a car. And believe me, I have been involved in a number of incidents where I have been in contact with people that were hospitalized because they crashed their vehicle because their blood sugar went too low. It can prevent a dangerous fall in people of any age group because there's not enough blood getting to the brain, because there's not enough blood getting to the tissues. We have seen people break hips because of these kinds of incidences taking place. In both situations, many situations, expensive emergency room visits or hospitalizations can be prevented. Let's make this life-changing technology available to persons with diabetes in New Hampshire, and I'd be happy to take any of your questions.
Representative Spear.
The kinds of incidences that you're talking about, are you talking about people with type 1 or type 2 diabetes?
I'm talking about people with both kinds of diabetes. Okay, type 1 are individuals that use insulin. This has also happened to type 2 diabetes using individuals using insulin. It has also happened to individuals who are on a group of medications called sulfonylureas. These are an older school of drugs that are available, but they actually stimulate the pancreas to make more insulin. But it's like it makes insulin constantly. You can't turn it off. So individuals that are on these oral meds for diabetes, the sulfonylureas in particular, okay, can have a problem with their blood sugar going low, and they can also have the same complications as people with type 1 diabetes in that they lose their warning signs for low blood sugar. They can't tell where it is at as they're driving. They can't tell where it is at when they're sleeping. Many people have experienced low blood sugar while they're asleep and have had devastating consequences.
Thank you very much. Chair will call on Emily DuPont. And I hope it won't be a whole 8 minutes. I hope you can.
They've already covered a lot, so I'll
Great.
spare you some of it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. My name is Emily DuPont. I'm a registered nurse, a certified diabetes care and education specialist, but more importantly, why I'm here today is to tell you I'm the wife of a person with type 1 diabetes. The American Diabetes Association releases the standards of care in diabetes annually, which we've talked about. Within those standards are evidence-based practice recommendations and support for the optimal management of diabetes. One of those evidence-based practice standards is the use of glucose monitoring for diabetes management, both the finger stick monitoring and continuous glucose monitoring. And these standards are recommended to be incorporated into individualized treatment plans for those with type 1, type 2, gestational diabetes, and hypoglycemia. The ADA also recommends that patients with diabetes maintain an average glucose of less than 154, which translates to a hemoglobin A1C percentage of 7% for optimal management. Continuous glucose monitoring devices, which I'll call CGMs, do what the name implies. They continuously check your sugar and deliver a value to a handheld device, a cell phone, or an insulin pump. The price of these CGMs can run between $160 to $500 a month, depending on the CGM and insurance coverage or high deductible or lack thereof. When CGM use is implemented, it makes significant positive changes in the user's quality of life because it helps to drive behavior change. I personally have a patient who came to me for the first time with an A1C of 11.9%, a weight of 403 pounds, and an inability to walk long distances. This individual is retired and living on a fixed income. They discussed having received diabetes education before, but felt incredibly discouraged with their management up to this point. We discussed CGM use, and they agreed to try it. There was no medication changes occurring at this time because he was not agreeable to that plan of care. By introducing CGM and the patient making lifestyle modifications based on the results that he received from the CGM, his A1C reduced from 11.9% to 7.6% in 3 months, then another reduction to 6.5% in 4 months, with a total weight loss of 65 pounds so far. Their once average glucose at any given time was 386, exposing them to a very real and very expensive risk factors of unmanaged diabetes. This risk has been significantly reduced as his average glucose is now 127 with no significant hypoglycemic events, meaning they're able to manage their diabetes and their glucose safely. This aligns with the ADA's recommendations of maintaining an A1C of less than 7% or an average glucose of less than 154. This same patient is currently facing non-coverage for CGM supplies and is asking the same questions that many of my patients ask. How am I going to afford this if insurance doesn't cover it? I can't lose this tool. I haven't felt this healthy or been this confident in my diabetes management ever. This device has provided me with the confidence and security to take back control of my diabetes. It saved my life and my future. CGMs not only help to drive behavior change, but they provide safety and security for those who do not experience symptoms of glucose fluctuations. For patients who do not feel symptoms of life-threatening hypoglycemia, which is increasingly common in the elderly patient population, the CGM alerts the wearer, as we've already been told, and allows them to make an intervention before emergency medical attention is necessary. Switching gears from my professional experience for a moment and to look at through the vantage point of a wife of someone with type 1 diabetes, it was heartbreaking for me to hear my husband tell me when we were teenagers that he has to always have a good paying job with good insurance benefits because he has type 1 diabetes and it's going to be expensive for him to live a healthy life. As a teenager, his parents discussed with him the costs of his diabetes supplies, insulin, his insulin pump, his pump supplies, his glucose testing supplies, emergency medications for diabetes, which tallied up to requiring to tuck away over $5,000 a year for his diabetes supplies, and this is with having insurance. He has had diabetes since he was 3 years old. Having to instill in children that they have no other option but to obtain a good paying job with excellent insurance packages when they grow up because they developed a healthcare condition that wasn't their fault and has no cure for, but is going to be very financially expensive for them to pay for if they want to have equal access to the same health outcomes as those without diabetes. To teach children that they will have 2.5 times higher healthcare costs to access the very necessary equipment and medications they require to live, just to live, as recommended by the ADA standards of care, we need to be asking ourselves, is that what we want to teach our children with diabetes? I've had very young adult patients tell me that they can't afford their testing supplies on their slightly above minimum wage job with benefits packages offered at work, and that they feel they're a disappointment to themselves and their doctors, and that they're worried about their health and their future because they can't afford their supplies. On the other end of the age spectrum, I've had many elderly patients tell me that they had to pick and choose between what they can afford for their medications, paying their bills, and buying their diabetes supplies. They have to have food and a roof over their head, and they have to pay their bills. They have to have their expensive medications and their co-pays. But what they're also paying is that they're not paying it for in money, but is the quality of health and overall life. Every time these individuals are forced to pick and choose what they can afford for their health care this month, they're paying with in a reduction of quality of life going forward, forgoing months of testing and forgoing the ability to make informed health decisions based off of their glucose values means increasing their risk for complications directly related to unmanaged diabetes. It means cardiovascular complications and kidney complications. It means possible amputations, which you've heard of. It means blindness, more procedures, more appointments, and it means death because diabetes is the 8th leading cause of death in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean Brown.
You have a question over there.
Oh. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. As a nurse who specializes in diabetes care, can you give us an idea? I realize it won't be exact. Can you give us an idea of how common it is for serious complications such as amputations to occur in diabetes patients who do not require insulin?
It's incredibly common. We have a lot of patients that don't require insulin or don't have access, but that don't require insulin that are managed on oral medications that still have extremely high A1Cs, which the studies show relate to amputations, blindness, and things of that nature. So to answer your question, it's very high.
Okay.
Thanks.
Chair McClellan. Yep, Gene Brown. There you go.
Hi, I'm Jean Brown, and I've been a resident of Goffstown, New Hampshire for 39 years. I've also worked in several different hospitals. I'm a certified diabetes care and educational specialist. Thank you so much for letting me speak today. And I'm just going to say ditto to what Emily and Liz already said, so I don't keep you here too long. But I did want to share a couple of stories, just very briefly, about a couple of patients that I've had. And I just also wanted to just quickly show you just what you are deciding on. So this is a meter that checks blood sugar, but this meter requires that you prick yourself with this, okay? So if you have to check your blood sugar 4 times a day, that means you have to stab your finger 4 times a day, okay? And then you have to put in a test strip. You have to clean your hands, either wash them or use alcohol, then put the test strip in here. You have to change the lancet. You have to have a place to dispose of your lancets. This is time consuming, and it gives you a snapshot in time, okay? If you're wearing a CGM, so if you're wearing that on the back of your arm, or you're wearing one on your abdomen, you can just look at your phone and see what your blood sugar is. So I just wanted you to see. Okay, so this is obviously very convenient. Okay, so one patient I had is a man with type 1 diabetes who worked in the service industry. I mean, I can't be too specific because I can't give identifiers. He didn't have very good insurance. He had insurance, but he had a $5,000 deductible. So he had to pay out of pocket for most of his supplies. And I will say that he's a patient that used to run out of insulin until you guys passed the bill for insulin affordability. So thank you so much. He was supposed to check his blood sugar 4 times a day. And part of that is because your amount of insulin that you need to take is often determined by what your blood sugar reading is. If you don't know what your blood sugar is, you don't know how much insulin to take. Unfortunately, he couldn't check his blood sugar very much. He couldn't afford to do it. His diabetes control was very poor. He had neuropathy already. That's numbness and tingling in the fingers and toes. He had some vision problems. He also had many nights where he had extremely low blood sugars, and EMTs had to come to the house. And he also had hospitalizations. I was able to get this patient a sample CGM for him to trial for 2 weeks. And he did amazingly well. He had no low blood sugars in the middle of the night. His blood sugars were much more in control. And then we were able to get him another sample. So for a whole month of his life, he had the best blood sugars he ever had. Unfortunately, it was a temporary fix. He could not afford it. If he had the only $30 a month to pay for a CGM, like the bill is proposing, that would definitely be a life-changing event for this person. The other patient was a pregnant woman with gestational diabetes. That's kind of like a temporary diabetes. She had terrible needle phobia. And when I told her that one of the things we have women with gestational diabetes, they need to test 4 times a day. And she just started to cry and shake, and she just had terrible needle phobia. And she said that there was no way that she was going to be able to do this. So I knew that a continuous glucose monitor would be the best thing for her. I gave her, again, I put a sample one on her. And so we had an idea of how her blood sugars were doing. Unfortunately, I could not get the insurance to cover it. They would not accept the needle phobia as a reason for this woman needing a continuous glucose monitor. So unfortunately, for the rest of her pregnancy, she did not check her blood sugars, and she ended up going into premature labor and had a preemie baby. So if we can get coverage for, and you know, there's a lot of risk for women. They can have premature babies, excess amniotic fluid, and they can also cause stillbirth. So thank you very much for considering coverage of these devices with a limited of $30 a month. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay. We're all set. Thanks. Okay, Richard Smith. You have the last word.
Thankfully, it will be a short word. My name is Richard Smith. I live in Loudon. I've been living with type 2 diabetes for over 30 years. I'm 85 years old. And because of insulin and blood glucose monitoring, I've been able to live quite well with it and avoid some of the really awful complications that are all too common with diabetes. By passing this bill, you're going to save lives. That's not a hyperbole. That's a fact. You've already heard it many times. I've experienced it. During sleep, my blood sugar has dropped low. And thank God for the continuous glucose monitoring. I got an alarm, wakes me up. I immediately go to my regular little blood glucose meter to confirm, in fact, it is hypoglycemia. So I treat it then by taking glucose tablets, usually about 15 grams. 15 minutes later, I test again. So I've been able to avoid becoming unconscious and experience what they call dead. So I know it firsthand. You can help people like me by passing this bill. Poorly controlled diabetes has devastating complications. You've heard many of them: blindness. You heard about the comparison of costs. Well, let's just take one of the complications that's common in diabetes: loss of kidney function. That means you go into dialysis at the hospital 3 times a week. That's $500 a pop. That's $72,000. Not to mention the loss of quality of life. That's what's on the table. So we have within our power, within your means, to give people like myself the tools to manage our diabetes. And they don't call it diabetes self-management for nothing. We're the ones that got to manage this thing. But we got to have the tools to do it. And those tools are available. And so I want to thank you for supporting House Bill 1571. And so you'll have before you a real live type 2 diabetic using insulin. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Burrows.
I just want to, is a would you believe, so I can ask a question. I just want to say it's people like you and some of the many people who testified today is how we pass laws. All very moving testimony, and I thank all of you particularly for coming in today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would say that anybody who did read, if you want to submit your testimony, the clerk really appreciates it. And otherwise, I will read the blue sheet. Lindsay Nadeau from Cigna is opposed. And moving right along, Heather Stockwell from Dublin is in support. Peggy Baloney, I think Baboni, I think she's a co-sponsor and support. We have Laura McIntyre representing the Granite State Hospital, says in support. And Jonah Wheeler is Representative Jonah Wheeler is in support. And with that, I will close the public hearing. Okay, guys. All right, so we'll come back at 2. Yes, correct. Yes, I knew that. So that's why I'm not feeling too bad about this. But the ambulance providers, who knows what nightmare that's going to be. So, okay. The pan.
Well, it's 2 o'clock. The chair is not here, so I'm going to hold this in recess until he returns.
probability about having the same birthday? Like if there's a group of 30 people, there's a high probability that two have the same birthday.
Well,
I forget how to explain it.
okay, let's do it. Okay. I don't know. All right, ready? Okay, Representative Groden.
Good morning.
Representing Macbeth.
I am representing, yes. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Grota. I'm the state representative for Rockingham 24, representing the towns of Rye and Greenland. And I am here at the request of Representative Macbeth, who is the sponsor for this bill. And I'm here to ask you to ITL it, please.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Best hearing ever.
What? You didn't like the one we had this morning with me? Okay. All right, moving right on. All right. As soon as the clerk is ready, we'll take up 1296. Okay, you ready? Turn my mic off. Okay, public hearing, 1296. Catherine Rombaro, there she is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Representative Catherine Rombo. I have the pleasure of representing Hillsborough County District 2, Town of Bedford. I am here to introduce HB 1296, which relates to insurance coverage for diagnostic and supplemental breast examinations. In short, this bill is to increase earlier detection of breast cancer by eliminating supplemental imaging and examination costs to patients that deter them from seeking follow-up and diagnostic care. As you may already be aware, getting a mammogram is only the initial step and is not alone able to diagnose cancer. Early detection of breast cancer is not possible without the medically necessary diagnostic follow-up or additional supplemental imaging required to rule out breast cancer or to confirm the need for a biopsy. While mammograms are widely covered by insurance with outpatient cost sharing, some individuals at higher risk of breast cancer or those requiring follow-up imaging due to an abnormal mammogram result face hundreds to thousands of dollars in further cost before even potentially being diagnosed with breast cancer. I personally wanted to sponsor this bill because my mom was one of the estimated 12 to 16% of women screened for mammogram who required follow-up diagnostic imaging, resulting in a breast cancer diagnosis that we're very lucky she was able to treat over many months. While she was able to afford her diagnostic imaging, that not everyone is as fortunate. I know others in this room have also supported wives and sisters, daughters and mothers through this difficult journey. And some have lived through breast cancer themselves. It is my hope that with this legislation, more women will not let financial barriers delay an early diagnosis of breast cancer and further delay treatment options. By detecting breast cancer early, these exams can save lives and reduce the need for more invasive and expensive treatments. I have a few statistics I'd like to share with you. It is estimated that 40% of women in the US have dense breast tissue, and this dense tissue makes it more difficult to detect breast cancer through a mammogram. Average out-of-pocket costs for diagnostic imaging examinations range from $234 to $1,021. In 2023 alone, more than 1,390 individuals were diagnosed with breast cancer, and more than 180 died in New Hampshire from breast cancer. Research suggests that when women with dense breast tissue do not receive supplemental breast exams, up to 1/3 of breast cancer diagnoses can be missed. The longer it takes for women to detect breast cancer, the quicker their 5-year survival rates decline. According to a recent Maryland study, the estimated cost impact of eliminating cost-sharing requirements for diagnostic imaging examinations for diagnostic evaluation of the breast put at 7 cents per member per month, or about 83 cents per year. According to a recent Massachusetts study, requiring coverage for diagnostic examinations would result in an estimated average increase to the typical member's monthly health insurance premium between 19 cents and 33 cents per member per month. Medicaid provides these diagnostic exams at no cost to patients, and similar legislation has been enacted in 20 states across the country already, including Maine and Connecticut. It's pending in Vermont and Massachusetts, but also Texas, Tennessee, Missouri, all over the country. It's really widespread. This legislation has been successful. Imposing cost sharing on these exams can discourage individuals from seeking necessary care, leading to delays in diagnosis and treatment that can have serious consequences. By eliminating cost-sharing health insurance policies, we can provide individuals with the care they need to stay healthy and prevent much more serious health issues from arising in the future. It is important to ensure that all women, regardless of their breast density or other risk factors, have access to comprehensive breast cancer screening exams when appropriate, so that breast cancer is detected earlier when it is most treatable. I know you're considering many bills. I appreciate your attention today. I ask the committee to vote ought to pass on HB 1296. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions as best I can, as well as to defer to some upcoming testimony.
Representative Sullivan.
Thanks. So you said that this has been passed, or a version of this has been passed in a few other states. You named some of them. Has there been, so it sounds like the bill says it's going to require no cost sharing for anything that, for any insurance plan that has coverage currently, right? So right now there's cost sharing. Are there any plans that don't have coverage for these sorts of procedures, or is that essentially every plan that we have?
So mammograms, and again, testimony after me can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is mammograms are generally covered, but without cost to the patient. But that once, if you need follow-up or additional imaging or for diagnosis, that is not entirely covered. There's patient costs for that follow-up testing or imaging.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks.
Okay. I feel like this is deja vu. I mean,
I heard.
we did. I remember it was the big debate was 3D mammograms or 3D, and it was the Harvard medical director who didn't like it. Is that what this bill's about? Or I mean, why do we already have? Right now, we're in compliance with the Affordable Care Act that any this should already be mandated. I mean, what insurance company's not covering this now? I guess I should ask. Why do we do this?
They're not covering all patients are still incurring costs from the $234 to $1,000 for some of this follow-up. It's not just about the 3D imaging necessarily, though. It's about diagnostic screening. I have others who can testify in further detail, but I don't think it is the same as what you previously
So
were.
this
I was
is
not here for
not
that.
the breast examination. This is something different.
It's for follow-up imaging.
What does
uh,
that mean?
Meaning
follow-up?
if there's something that in the initial mammogram that looked problematic, that you needed
Right.
further imaging or further imaging to actually reach a diagnosis or to determine if you needed a biopsy for further testing. You need further imaging, especially for dense breast tissue that won't show up necessarily in a typical
And you're
mammogram.
saying the insurance companies are not covering this?
I'm saying that they're not covering all the costs. Patients are still paying out of pocket costs for that follow-up
Okay.
imaging.
So I can only imagine that the only people who are, if the insurance company is rejecting it or not doing it, is got to be ERISA's. It's got to be, because under the Affordable Care Act, it's required.
So my understanding is that under the Affordable Care Act, mammograms are covered entirely. But I will have testimony following up can
Okay.
answer that question further.
Right. Well, I can just say that I don't see any opposition from anybody, so I can only imagine that the people who really who are okay. But I'll listen to other people. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody other questions? See none. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Angela Cutts. Okay, now I get some cards. All right. There we go. Yes.
There you go. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the Commerce and Consumers Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 1296, which relates to coverage of medically necessary breast imaging. My name is Angelica Katz, and I am the Regional Manager of State Policy and Advocacy at Susan G. Komen. Komen is the world's leading nonprofit breast cancer organization representing the millions of people who have been diagnosed with breast cancer. To answer your question from earlier, we know that mammography is available to millions of women as the result of the Affordable Care Act. 16%, however, 16% of individuals will require follow-up imaging due to an abnormal mammogram result, and they will face hundreds to thousands of dollars in patient cost sharing for this required imaging. So that follow-up test is not covered. So we know the mammography is only the initial step in the early detection process, and it's not, and is not able to diagnose the cancer alone. A Komen Commission study found that the out-of-pocket costs for patients to be high. For example, the average patient cost for a mammogram is $234, and for a breast MRI, around $1,100. We often receive calls and emails from individuals who are unable to afford the out-of-pocket costs for their recommended breast imaging. Without assistance, many will simply delay or forego these medically necessary tests. This delay can mean that patients will not seek care until the cancer has spread, making it much more deadlier and much more costly to treat. And we know that breast cancer can be up to 5 times more expensive to treat when it has spread beyond the breast to other parts of the body. So simply put, this is a cost savings bill that will save the cost not only for the patients, but also for the overall New Hampshire healthcare system. I'd like to share a story from a patient who came to us after she decided not to get the diagnostic test because of an $80 copay. She said that $80 might as well have been $8,000. She was a single mother trying to make ends meet until one day her cat had jumped onto her chest and she was in so much pain, she decided to take out a payday loan, which ended up being more costly than the initial $80. Just so she can get the diagnostic test. And then she was unfortunately diagnosed with breast cancer. And because of her late stage diagnosis, she had to receive chemo and radiation, as well as surgery to remove both of her breasts. If she was able to afford the diagnostic test earlier, her physician said she may not have needed the surgery and may not have lost her breast, and her treatment overall would have been less costly. Stories like this one are not uncommon. As the representative mentioned earlier, to switch to the financial lens, the study was done in Massachusetts that showed that this bill would have a negligible impact on members' insurance premiums. It found that the typical member's monthly health insurance premium to be between 19 cents to 33 cents per member per month, or between 0.3 to 0.6% of the premium. I like to say that's, basically the price of a small coffee per year. And also this bill will help breast cancer survivors who need to go for routine follow-up imaging. So it's not just, for a diagnosis early on, but also for continuing care for survivors as well. As committed partners in the fight against breast cancer, we know how deeply important it is for all cancer patients to have fair and equitable access to breast imaging that may save their lives. So we urge you to support HB 1296 and pass this critical legislation. As mentioned, 20 other states have already passed it, and New Hampshire should be the next one. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Questions, Representative Terry?
Yes, thank you. Just want to have a broader understanding of what it is that you're describing. Is it not uncommon for someone to have multiple additional imagings? Like, so you have the mammogram, then you might need one, then you might need a second one, then you might need a third one. So is it typical? Is it not uncommon to have more than one follow-up imaging? And then the second question is,
Maybe we just start with that one.
okay,
Sure. So I will say we do have a physician here today who can answer that more in depth than I can. But mammography, like I said, the mammography is really just the tip of the iceberg, and then the follow-up testing. About 16% of patients will fall into that category who need a follow-up. And again, I'm not a physician, but it could be likely that you would need multiple, maybe 2 diagnostic tests a year after that, or but you can ask her to, you can ask her your question as well.
Further question.
Yeah.
so in short, your answer is you believe that it's not uncommon to have more than one?
Yes.
Okay. So the other question is, typically when we are talking about commercial insurance, we're talking about a contracted price. So that, for example, a retail price might be like $5,000, and then when the insurance company has a contract, it might be something like $2,000 or $3,000. Are we typically talking about contracted price here with respect to co-payments, and is it typical 80-20 like it is with many insurance plans, so that the numbers that you're giving us are numbers that are based off of contractual amounts negotiated between insurance companies and providers, and then that's the remaining typical copay that the patient has to pay, like a 20%?
Yeah, I mean, I would defer to an insurance company with that specific question. I can't speak at length on it, and I can get back
So
to
you
you.
have the
Yeah.
numbers, but you're not sure how they're
Well, that's from
derived.
the study. That's
From the
I can
study.
share that with you
Okay,
as
but
well.
you're not sure how
Yeah.
they're derived, and you're suggesting we should ask the insurance companies about how those numbers were arrived at.
No,
costs.
well, no, we have the study. I can share that with you, but
Okay.
I don't have the answer for you off the top of my head, but I'm happy to follow up with you after.
So you have the cost, but you're not sure how they were arrived at.
Further
It's
question?
those are the
Thank you.
costs.
Just clarifying.
just the
Okay, but
cost
I
sharing
think I got it.
Yeah.
'Cause
You
I
got
think
it?
I think you're right
Well, I don't
there.
know if she gets it.
You're really warm, and I'm not sure you want to answer this question.
I'm-
But here's
yeah.
what I think the
Yeah.
question is.
Yep.
So what we're asking right now, we know that mammographies are covered.
Yep.
With no copays or deductibles. But if you are actually diagnosed or
Mhm.
the second,
Yes.
now all of a sudden, the patient's copays and deductibles of their plan kicks in.
hmm
So if you're an employee with a very high deductible plan,
Right. Well, this
that's the one who's paying the $1,000, because for all intents and purposes, they're paying the whole thing. So here's my question.
Mhm.
Isn't this true for all cancers?
Yes, but I will say this doesn't include the deductibles, so that
Right.
part you don't need
Right.
to.
What I'm saying.
Okay. Yes.
This is basically saying if you're diagnosed with cancer, I
Mhm.
mean, let's call this the Campbell's nose under the tent.
Yes.
If you're diagnosed with cancer, then any other diagnostic tests going forward, those people are going to come in and say, we
Well-
want that same exemption for cancer.
I will defer to the medical professional, but I will say not all cancers are diagnosed the same. It's different. So with breast cancer, you can get detected early through this process, and we know that 1 in 8 women will get breast cancer. So it is one of the leading diseases for women.
Got it. All right. Representative Spear. I was going to say Burrows because I think our hand up was before you were, but I could hear you commenting over there. So.
Now I'm confused. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman. My understanding of what you're saying is that these costs are associated with even before you find out if you have cancer.
Mhm.
It's not, you don't know that you have cancer yet.
Yep.
So it's not like any other cancer patient. You still don't know. All they know is they have inconclusive data and you have shown some risks.
Correct.
So we're trying to go to the next step. Now, once you have cancer, am I understanding correct?
Correct.
Then a whole nother thing kicks in.
Right.
Representative Burrows.
Yeah, I have a question because it says women's health care.
Mhm.
Do men also have this
Yes.
need?
Yes, it's not as common in men, but yes, this does apply to men
So
as well.
it would, and would it also apply to, say, a trans man who has not yet had gender
Of course,
surgery?
yes. When I say the word woman, I'm all inclusive with those who identify as.
Okay, so
being
they
a
would be
woman.
covered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm, yes.
Thank you very much for your
Okay.
testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll call on Heidi Kroll. And so did I get it right, Heidi? What this is about is after the first test, every test thereafter is now susceptible to high deductibles and copays?
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I represent AHIP, which is America's Health Insurance Plans. So to answer your question, my understanding is that the services that are being discussed here, the follow-up diagnostic and other, I'm looking for the language here, follow-up diagnostic and supplemental breast examinations. So those would be covered, but if you have not met your deductible, then you would pay the negotiated contracted rate that the carrier has with the providers of these services. And if you have met your deductible, or once you've met your deductible, then you would pay a copay or co-insurance depending on the design of your plan. You are correct that one of the concerns that we have with this bill, we understand the intention and it's certainly well-intentioned, but to the extent that, so as you mentioned, preventative services under the Affordable Care Act are provided without any cost sharing, but services considered to be non-preventative are allowed to have cost sharing, and often do. And so the issue is that if we start removing cost sharing from these types of services, those costs need to be collected from somewhere. And so they will either be collected through premiums or through other cost sharing or copays associated with other services. The other thing I was going to mention, this is a bill that would apply to the individual and small group and large group fully insured plans. So it does not apply to self-funded plans, does not apply to employers who are out of state without brick and mortar here in New Hampshire. And as I mentioned earlier today in testimony, the individual market is somewhere around 6% or so of all of the insurance markets, and the small and large group are somewhere in the 20 to 21%. For example, the fully insured market here in New Hampshire is 34%, so this law would not apply to them. I did notice that there was no fiscal note. I thought that was interesting. I don't know if this was sent to the insurance department or not. Also, in terms of the effective date, 60 days after passage, as you know, whenever
we have mandate review, mandate bills, we at least try to have them have an effective date. If it's the committee's inclined to pass a bill, to have an effective date that syncs up with the start of the plan year, which would be January 1st. But, I guess I would just reiterate that coverage, when a plan covers services, that doesn't necessarily mean that the services are free straight out of the gate. Some of them have no cost share, some of them have cost share, and deductibles need to be met. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Okay, Representative Spear.
So thank you. The Susan Komen Foundation sent me a huge analysis of the cost, which I take it to be in substitute of the fiscal note because it has excruciating detail down to the penny as to what this costs in Massachusetts and backup data that shows why it's only 13 to 33 cents. It's probably a better analysis than I've seen typically in our fiscal notes. So my question is, have you received this information, and is there a reason at all that you can find 20 states who have agreed with it to be invalid, and that for 13 cents or 33 cents, we couldn't push the premiums up a little tiny bit?
So I have not seen that report. And at the end of the day, this is a policy decision for legislatures to make. My understanding, for example, in Maine, is that they considered this legislation, they clarified the coverage, but went ahead with they didn't impose the no cost sharing requirement. But at the end of the day, this is a policy decision for you to make. It's just to keep in mind the market share that this would apply to. So often we see mandates passed, and then the insurance department or the carriers or legislators or somebody gets a complaint that says we passed this mandate and I'm still paying out of pocket, I'm still paying, or it's not free, or it's not a cost, I'm paying a copay or whatever the case may be. And it's just to remember that there is other markets out there that this mandate would not apply to. And then also to keep in mind that when you lift cost sharing from services where the ACA doesn't say no cost sharing, you are going to get other folks coming in with their mandates, as the chairman was mentioning earlier. Other constituents will come in and look for the cost sharing to be removed from other services, and it's just at some point access to health insurance often starts with, is the premium affordable? So, and these are, again, this is going to hit, I'm not saying that 13 to whatever cents is a lot, but this is the individual and the small and the employers in New Hampshire that
I
are
have a
fully
follow-on
insured.
question.
Further question, may inquire.
Based on the cancer statistics, New Hampshire has among the highest cancer rate in the country for breast cancer. That kind of puts it in a class by itself to me, and it affects. My sister lives here, and she ended up with breast cancer at the age of 32 and lost both breasts because she did not get it diagnosed early enough. It puts it in a class by itself. Don't you think that it has to be looked at in an environment of who it impacts, and to the extent that this state is being impacted by this disease? And we should make every effort to try and stop the much more costly effects of having the women go, or the women or whoever has to go to it. And by the way, my husband had to get an MRI, and that was pretty funny. To go through the effects of this. So I think it puts it in a class by itself, or do you not think so?
It's as I said, it's a policy decision for the committee. You make good points. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I think it's just to be aware that once you can make this decision, it's obviously up to the legislature, but when you lift the cost sharing on certain services, others are going to come in and look for that to apply to whatever set of services is associated with the mandate that's important to them. And so it will eventually, like I said, those costs have to go someplace. I'm not saying that the costs that are cited in the study are going to be a big impact, but it could have a cumulative effect. So.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and giving your testimony. I'm trying to think about this in terms of how free market forces operate. So a mandate is obviously a legislative prescription, and it shifts the costs from a large group of ratepayers or of policy payers to a small group. So there is a cost, but it's dispersed. But as far as the insurance company's calculation on if a person stays alive longer, they can pay premiums longer, right? There's an incentive for keeping patients alive. What kind of calculation do insurance companies do that if there is a preventative care that can save money down the road because it prevents the spread of cancer to other parts of the body, more severe damage? How is that factored in your profit calculations, right? If you could explain that.
So I'm not sure that insurance companies are looking at the lifespan and how long people are going to pay premiums. I would say that insurance companies absolutely want to keep people healthy and, pay for services that are less expensive, that are going to keep people healthier so that we avoid people getting sicker and people having more costly care. And so absolutely, I don't think any carrier would disagree with trying to keep people healthy. At the end of the day, this is in part boils down to benefit design. And so the other thing I would say is that, different carriers offer different plans with different, it's a balancing act, right? You can have lower premiums and higher copays, or you can have higher premiums and lower copays. And so there is some choice out in the marketplace as well for people, especially in the individual market, with deciding what they can afford and whether they want to pay higher premiums and lower copays or vice versa. So there's that choice too. But no, I absolutely agree with you that at the end of the day, we're trying to keep people healthy, and this is a policy decision. So.
Representative Sullivan.
So this is kind of a follow-up. This is now what the second bill we've heard in today, that the same argument has been made that if we do this, this will lead to lower cost savings for, because it's preventative. The last one was about glucose monitoring, and now we're talking about breast cancer. So does anybody in this room, has anybody actually studied this, or are people just saying it? Because if, I hear a lot of numbers, maybe it's in this report, which I don't think I received, but I'm wondering if anybody's actually looked into this to kind of be able to provide some insight, because it's been spouted, but nobody shared anything with this committee that I'm aware of, aside from asserting something. And I would love to just see that. I'm not saying that we should be making decisions based on a cost-benefit analysis of a life, but if that's going to be part of the argument of why we should implement something, then I would like to see some of the evidence behind it. And so this is sort of if you have it, I'd love to share it. If the people that you represent have it, or if some of the other people who have testified have it, I would love to get my hands on it so I can dig into it. It's sort of a would you believe, I guess.
I can see what we have on that front. I think there are probably, benefits down the road by, doing something earlier and preventing something more costly down the road. So there's the time factor in here as well. But, at least in the early part of this, you would have the costs being shifted from the smaller population to the premium payers, without the immediate benefits, I guess.
So, Representative Sullivan, and we haven't done it in a long time, actually, since Pam Smarling, so I'll have it done. But to list all the health insurance mandates, and I have to admit that the lion's share of them, literally almost 90%, happened while I was here. So, but, and I say this only that I've never met a health insurance mandate that we've gotten, and we have like 30, 40 of them, that the premise always was that this is better long-term, consequently long-term. Everyone, that's always a premise, and what's the reason we have it. Okay. Now, this one is a little unusual. This one's very different to me. First of all, I've never seen a bill where the definitions are secondary to the actual structure of the law. It's kind of upside down. But notwithstanding that, I'm working my way through this. And I guess way I read it, this is a one-shot deal. It, you know, in terms of that some a woman's had a mammography or it actually says based on personal family history. In other words, if you have breast cancer in your personal family, that you can request to have this. I guess it's a more. I assume it's the the high definition, the 3D machine doing the breast exam. But I'm not sure how many times you can ask for it, and how many times it does. It's not clear whether this is multiple. So when you say the state of Massachusetts only has 19 cents, but it appears maybe it was a one-shot deal, and you get this done, and then and theoretically you don't need to do it again. I don't know how that works, but I'm intrigued when you said that Maine narrowed it with. Did they remove the cost sharing requirements, or how did they narrow it?
So this is subject to check, but my understanding is that Maine had a similar piece of legislation. They
Right.
they ended up, I think, subject to check, clarifying about the coverage of diagnostic and supplemental breast examinations. So ensuring that those would be covered, but they did not move forward with the idea that there would they impose any, they can't impose any cost sharing requirements. They didn't go, so they said
They didn't
yes.
do that,
Yeah,
but
they said yes, you can
But
have.
they did pick up this language here where someone could ask for it based on their family history, for instance.
That part I don't know. I'd have to
in
double
terms
check.
of that.
Yeah.
So, okay. Now, because in New Hampshire, we give you one free mammogram a year. And I know one time we had a debate whether that was a year and a day or, that was one of our debated issues. So in this case, this is, again, narrowed in what the idea of this is that it would remove any cost sharing from the bill, which obviously, I mean, if people with a high deductible plan, that saves a lot of money. If someone doesn't have a high deductible plan, that saves some money. Got it.
Right. And the other thing I would say, I think it's important to make sure that the definitions that are given in here, I mean, medical necessity always applies, even in the cases of mandates that we're following, medical necessity guidelines. And so those guidelines are continuously evolving. And we had a discussion about those this morning in terms of the carriers, have independent panels that look to national experts and professionals who always are upgrading whatever the best practices are. So I think we just want to make sure that we're not putting anything in the definitions that would kind of lock in, whereas we really do want medical necessity to be able to evolve with the expert opinions that are out there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, there was some comment, there's a physician. I don't see any, who's the physician? So your name is? Okay, come on up, Eva. Good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I've submitted some written testimony online, and there's a copy of it going around. I thought I might sort of mix it up because there were a lot of questions, which I might be the only one in the room who's able to answer.
That'd be great.
Okay. So my name is Dr. Eva Leiser. I am a subspecialty fellowship trained breast imaging radiologist. I've been in practice for 14 years, most recently at my own clinic in Lee. The scope of the problem, I think, has been discussed. we recommend that screening mammograms, I think there's some confusion between screening mammograms and diagnostic mammograms, tomosynthesis, 2D mammograms. So we recommend screening mammograms for women beginning at age 40 annually, which, as we've discussed here, are free without cost sharing to insured patients. Everything else after that is not free, and it goes towards your deductible, your copay. I'm now a small business owner myself, so I can talk all sorts of business about trying to go onto the individual market or getting health insurance for my employees. And there were very few plans that were actually not high deductible that were available to us. So just to go through some of the questions, I don't know of any facilities in our area in this part of the state, maybe throughout the state, that don't do tomosynthesis. Everything now is 2D, 3D. So everything is 2D, 3D. Screening is free. Diagnostic mammograms are mammograms. So when you come in, if 1,000 women have a screening mammogram today in New Hampshire, about 100 of those women will be called back for an abnormality. So everything from that point for those 100 women is not free. That's what goes towards the cost sharing. It could be an ultrasound, maybe a few $100s. A diagnostic mammogram is frequently over $600. Could be as much as $1,000. Could be an MRI, could be a biopsy. It happens really frequently that we're just not sure enough to warrant a biopsy, and so we recommend follow-up imaging in 3 months or 6 months. So it's just a multi-step process, and it is that way every year, What else?
So when you've been diagnosed,
Yeah.
how many times would you come back to get another screening?
It might be just once. So say you have an abnormality on your screening mammogram, you'll be called back for, usually it's a diagnostic mammogram plus an ultrasound and then a biopsy, and then an MRI. And for every breast cancer diagnosis, you're pretty much going to get the MRI, which is around $2,500. And those are, we talked about the contract price might be $5,000 and it gets negotiated down depending on your payer. So that happens with everybody. And then you go to surgery. And after you have your breast cancer diagnosis, you get put into the diagnostic pool for 2 to 5 years afterwards. So you don't have a screening mammogram after that. You have a diagnostic mammogram every 6 months. And that's the one that's $600. So, and that's just how it's done.
Right. Well, you still get a free one every year.
Not after cancer.
Oh, once you've
Yeah.
actually been.
Yep.
Ah, that's
Yep.
interesting.
No, you're not considered, this is a medical term, but not really medical. We call it you walkie-talkie. So you're walkie-talkie off the street, normal, no problems, you get a screening mammogram. If you have a single problem, we say, no, you're a diagnostic mammogram. And the diagnostic mammogram is just a more tailored exam of each breast. And so it's read real time by someone like myself who's able to say, I'm not really sure about this spot. Can you go back in and do some extra pictures? And we're going to need an ultrasound. It's really a work in progress exam. So that's why diagnostic mammograms are more expensive. Yeah. And that's true. I would imagine, it goes from like up to 5 years, women will be in the diagnostic pool. So, I think there was something mentioned about, it was Representative Spear who was talking about the prevalence of breast cancer in our state, which is absolutely true. I've had to do statistics on this before. We're routinely in the top 5. I think the most recent year we're number 4 out of 50 states. Whatever it is here, we have a lot of breast cancer. Across the United States, it's 1 in 8 women. 1 in 8 women, will be diagnosed with invasive breast cancer. That's the kind that can metastasize to lungs, liver, brain, bones. But here in New Hampshire, it's a little bit higher, unfortunately. So we see a lot of it. And it also is one of the few cancers where we screen annually. So you could be, like I said, walkie-talkie off the street, totally normal every year, but maybe you have a lot of benign breast disease. Masses are constantly forming in your breasts that are benign, not cancer, but we don't know until we take a look at them further. So that's why you know, if 1,000 mammograms are done today, 100 women will be called back. Not all of it's cancer. Maybe only 10 of those are cancer. I think that was it on the. Oh, and I did. There was a question that came up about the fiscal note, and I remember there was an email about the insurance department did get a copy of this, and they did not oppose this bill. They said it wouldn't defrail, if I'm getting that word right, they wouldn't defrail the costs because there are no new services being added, if that makes sense. It's just expansion.
Right, so
existing services?
that's an issue related to the Affordable Care Act, that if we were to create a whole, if this wasn't already being done, then the state would have to pay for the mandate.
Okay.
But that in terms of what the insurance department, they don't take positions on mandates
Okay.
regardless. So, but that they would say to us that we, if in terms of doing it, we have a statute to do a cost analysis on the mandate.
Okay.
And on the bill. So
Right, because these are services that we've been doing for decades. This is not anything that would be new or experimental.
Right. Exactly.
And I did want to mention there was something too that came up about non-preventative care. This is something that I talk to my patients a lot about more recently because of some federal legislation. We've been talking more about dense breasts and how mammograms are not very sensitive, screening mammograms are not very sensitive in dense breast tissue. If mammograms are maybe 80% sensitive in all comers, it could go down to 60% in women with extremely dense breasts. So what we recommend is an ultrasound if you're of average risk, and that would be annually, just to make sure, you know, that finds maybe 3 additional cancers per 1,000. And for women who are at higher risk, annual MRI, whether they're dense or not, but if you have enough of a family history. And this is all truly what a physician like myself would consider preventative care, because what we're trying to prevent is metastatic breast cancer, because there's no cure for that. You know, we can cut out little cancers and we can irradiate them, and it's cheap to do so. I mean, relatively cheap. What's really expensive is when you take a working woman off the streets and, you know, sideline her so that she can't work anymore. She can't provide childcare, elder care.
So just maybe it's off topic, but an ultrasound is going to be cheaper than an MRI.
Lots.
That's what I
Yes.
thought. I would think so.
Maybe $250, $250.
Old
versus-
technology versus new.
Exactly.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I would give a couple of examples. 10 days ago, I received a call at my office in the morning. I think it was that day that was really snowy, whatever that day was. And it was a woman who lives out of state. She was calling about her mom, who she had just found out that her mom had a breast mass. And so she said, how can I get her in? She doesn't have a doctor. She doesn't go to the doctor routinely. And I asked if she did have insurance, and she said, yes, she has, you know, something. So she works in manufacturing. And so we finally got this woman in. She went to urgent care, and I got a call from the urgent care PA, never a good sign, and said, you're going to need to biopsy this. So I'm sending over orders right now as well. And the woman had a breast mass that it was as hard as this table. And my staff, who's like, they're highly trained, highly experienced, they said, I don't know how you're going to biopsy that because it was so hard. So I did, and it was a struggle. And I biopsied the lymph nodes under her arm. And unfortunately, I also biopsied lymph nodes under the other arm because the cancer had become so widespread that it had moved clear on over to the other side. So that's the kind of thing that we're trying to prevent. And I've seen this so many times, and it's so frustrating. And I remember the first time that I had a conversation with a patient about insurance and what exams would cost. And it was, oh gosh, I was so awkward about it. I was probably practicing for 3 or 4 years. It was like, 2012. And I just tripped all over myself. But I do it all the time now. So I'm really good about it. They're always asking, what's it going to cost? How much is a biopsy versus, like, what if I come back in 6 months and you just ultrasound this again? Like, making these decisions, just rationalizing stuff all the time. They don't come back for follow-up care that we recommend because they're worried about the cost. They get the first bill And then they don't want to come back, so they stretch it out for 12 months. And then they're just worried the whole time. And you see that sigh of relief when you come back in, and they're like, oh, it's the same. Oh, thank goodness. It's just kind of crazy. It's not what I expected when I went to breast care or medical school.
Representative Bulliam.
I've experienced many. I had to go to be diagnosed several times. Every time I would go in, and it hasn't happened since I am on Social Security now. So I don't know if that makes a difference, or or are the machines better than they were 20 years ago? Because I always had to be called back, and now I don't. My mother died of breast cancer when she was 60. So is there like different hospitals have different machines, or are all the machines the same? Can I trust the person that does, the diagnostics? Can I trust her?
So the machines are all pretty similar these days, but there was a great leap forward with tomosynthesis back in 2013. I would say that as a woman ages, cancer becomes more common. Our sort of annual risk for cancer increases, but it's a lot easier to diagnose it in an older woman. The breasts sort of quiet down. There are a bunch of things that happen in breast tissue in younger women that tend not to happen in older women, and so you have less confounding stuff going on.
That's not the case.
There are some women who get called back every year because they have cysts or they have other, calcifications forming and things like that. And we can't tell just based off of a screening mammogram because it truly is only the beginning. We cannot tell what it is. We have to get you back in. It's always just multiple steps in the process.
All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, Representative Terry.
So it's generally recognized that women are far more conscientious about taking care of themselves than men, and are far less in denial about needing to do things to take care of themselves. So I just wanted to be sure about that.
You're really,
and that,
treading on.
And that is that when you're saying that there are women who are concerned about the costs in terms of coming back for additional imaging, that's the vast majority, if not all of the cases. Because I'm sitting here as a man saying, well, if it was a man, he would just deny it, and it wouldn't be anything to do with money. So it's pretty much the money, right? It's a financial hardship.
There are a lot of barriers to healthcare. I mean, you try scheduling your mammogram right now, it's going to be 3 months, right? Like, it's really hard to get a hold of anybody on the phone. There are a lot of barriers. But I will disagree with you politely and say that the things that I hear in my exam rooms are, it's hard to get time off work to come in for testing. It's hard to get childcare. When I give a woman a diagnosis of breast cancer, within the first 5 minutes, they're talking about who's going to take care of X. They're worried about their husbands if they're older. They're worried about their kids if they're younger. I see a lot of women who put off things. There's like this whole wellness and self-care culture.
Sure.
You can ask any physician. We're like the last ones to participate in wellness or self-care because we're like, go, go, go. But a lot of women are that way. A lot of women will put things off just because they feel that they don't have time and they're worried about costs.
Okay.
So I just truly have so many questions about costs now that I have a printed out copy of our self-pay costs, like $800 for a biopsy. Like I can quote some of them off the top of my head because I get asked so often.
Quick follow. Thank you.
Yes.
So thank you for clarifying that it's not denial. It's all sorts of concerns that women have, and it includes financial, but it's a number of other concerns, like who's going to take care of my children, yada, yada, a whole bunch of concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Okay. Chair will call on Peter Bragdon for Harvard Pilgrim with his concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, again, Peter Bragdon, representing Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare, the state's only not-for-profit health insurance carrier for the individual and group markets. And I specifically indicated on this, as well as the prior bill, that we are not taking a position for or against, but want to just raise some issues around it for your consideration. And having been a former legislator, I can appreciate the position where it's not necessarily black and white. It's a balancing act that has to occur. And so I'd just like to address a few things on that. First of all, the prior bill we had today had major concerns with regarding the fact that it took out the medical necessity and had no cost sharing. I will point out that this bill appears to me that on lines 18 and 24 does include the term medically necessary. So it doesn't have the same issues that this morning's bill had. And so the issue then revolves around the no cost sharing provision therein. And as I mentioned earlier, there are several bills coming down the pike this year, and there are several every year that try to eliminate cost sharing, and that's where that balancing test comes in. And one final note before I mention the cost sharing, my understanding is that the state of Maine has legislation that it has enacted legislation that is very similar to this. To my understanding, the state of Massachusetts had not. They had legislation before them, which generated, I think, the cost study that you have seen. We have not seen that, but I think that's what's being referred to, and they sent it off to study. So just that's my knowledge of it. As we were here, I was texting my contact at Harvard Pilgrim to say what's going on in these other states. So that's currently my understanding. If that changes, I'll let you know. But the whole issue of the cost sharing, it's a balancing act, right? Because costs will get shifted, whether they're small cost or larger costs. It's a range of them. And so what's going to happen is if you make it so any specific disease or condition does not have cost sharing, that means others who have other diseases are going to have to, the cost is going to get shifted to them. And then some of those people may forego their treatment. Or a company who is providing insurance for their employees may see the cost increase for the plan they have and decide, okay, I'm going to shift to a plan with a higher deductible, at which point their employees are faced with this decision of should I get care or shouldn't I, right? It's a factor that everybody comes into. And some companies may decide I'm not going to provide insurance for my employees at all, at which point they have to get their own. Some of them will choose not to get it. And some will get high deductible plans, and some will be forced to make that decision. So in any of these things, whether it's the breast cancer screening or the glucose monitoring, some group will have an easier time, but it's a balancing act because there's going to be other people who may either not have insurance at all or be faced with decisions on other diseases, chronic or acute, that they have to make that same decision. So it's a balancing act on a policy set. And so we're not taking a position on the policy itself, but just the big picture idea that cost sharing, eliminating cost sharing by itself, it's not an isolated incident. It affects other parts of the system. And again, we're not for-profit insurance company. We're not looking to protect shareholders, but we do want to make sure that people, as many people as possible, can have insurance. And you're in a difficult position. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Carey.
Good enough. Good enough. Anything but late for dinner. I don't want to be left with the impression that we're talking about an increase in premiums of hundreds of dollars. The analysis, which I have a copy of, and I guess you may have, we're talking about 13 to 33 cents. Let's put it in the right ballpark if we're going to say, well, we're going to push up premiums, we're going to do this. We're talking about pennies, and we're talking about one of the highest cancer rates in the country, affecting so many people. So I think when you give these kinds of statements, I think you got to put them in proportion.
Thank you for the question. And I didn't mean to imply that. It's a range of things. This one, as compared to the glucose monitoring earlier today, this is very small. The in vitro fertilization, which was $10 to $100 per member per month, that's way on the other scale. So, but it's still a balancing act. And yes, it's going to be now. I don't know what that Massachusetts law said. I don't know who did the study. I don't know what assumptions were made. But even let's assume it's 33 cents per month, so it's $4 basically per employee per year. You got 100 employees, so your insurance premium is going to go up $400 in addition to what it's already going up, right? And so a company may look at that and say, I can absorb that. A company may look at it and say, okay, given all the other increases and our profits this year, I'm going to raise the deductible. So I do think this it's on the small scale of things being looked at, but the same balancing act applies. Things are not static.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Carrie Becker?
Lisa had a question.
Oh, who has, do you have a question? Sure. Sorry.
Do we know the comparison from men to women? Are their cancer rates much different?
That is not, thank you for the question. That is not something I would know about. Perhaps there's people who will speak on this that know more about that than I do. And I'll repeat, by the way, what I saw in the other bill, that notice that the state employees are not included, town and school employees. So it's, again, passing a bill that applies to other people, but not to the government. So.
Only to 20% of the population.
Thank you.
Okay. Carrie Baker? Becker. Becker. Okay, Becker.
Everyone awake now? Right. Thank you,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Chairman, and thank you, everyone. I am Carrie Becker. I uploaded a statement through the website yesterday. I am one of your 1 in 8. Okay. I live in Northampton, New Hampshire, and I'm going to stray a little bit from this. I'm asking you to support House Bill 1296. I was diagnosed at the age of 46 back in 2021 of February with invasive ductal cancer, breast cancer, but I caught it early. The diagnostic piece is great. You know, ACA gives us the opportunity to get a mammogram and the costs are nothing to us. But after I had that mammogram, I had 3 ultrasounds, 2 biopsies, 1 MRI, and 3 additional mammograms. I had to pay for that out of pocket. Okay, so you want to talk about cost sharing? I'm very fortunate. I'm able to afford that. I'm the mom of 2 boys. My husband owns a business in New Hampshire, and there have been 4 women diagnosed in the past 3 years at his company here in New Hampshire with breast cancer, one of which has died. It is detectable. I caught it early enough. I was stage 2, and I will be in a diagnostic bucket for 5 to 10 years. So until I'm almost 60. So think about it. I mean, that means that now my mammograms are no longer coded as preventative. It is coded as diagnostic. So being diagnostic, that means that I might have to go do another breast MRI. It means that I pay more just to make sure that I'm living the life, as they call it, the Ned life, no evidence of disease. I know another woman who, and forgive me, I might end up in tears. Another woman decided, instead of going back after having an abnormal mammogram and going and doing more diagnostic testing, she decided to pay for her child's education, college education. She died. Women will do things for their family and for other people. We are caregivers. Instead of taking care of ourselves. Oh, it just hurts. It'll be okay. I'll figure it out. Oh, I go annually. It's not a big deal. All I'm asking is from some recognition that, hey, you know what? I am living right now with no evidence of disease. But I shouldn't be penalized and have to pay more to make sure I stay that way. That's what I'm asking for. I'm not saying that we should have preferential treatment. I'm saying I want to live for my boys. I want to be around. I am lucky. I am very fortunate to be able to afford the out-of-pocket costs. But think about the people who don't. I have friends who still haven't gotten mammograms and they're 50. They know me. We caught it early. It was my 4th annual mammogram that they found it.
It's an emotional toll. It is scary. And every year that I go have my screening, which I will have in February, it's scary. It's a lot. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. It's scary. I walk in going, are they going to find something? Because when you say 1 in 8, it's 1 in 8 in each breast. It doesn't jump. I had a mastectomy. I had radiation. I am in chemical menopause. So I have to take medicine all the time. It's not, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. But diagnostic testing saved my life. The tumors, they grew within a year, They were 3 centimeters. From 0 to 3 centimeters. I had multiple places, and it was invasive ductal carcinoma, which is the scary piece. But I am living the Ned life. And I'm just asking for your support, because diagnostic, I understand there is a profit piece to healthcare and things like that, and insurance, and somebody has to take the costs. But if you have people who are diagnosed with breast cancer working, being a part and being productive in society and giving back and increasing the economy by purchasing and doing things, then isn't that a win for everyone? Isn't that what we're looking for? I can talk, I don't have numbers. I know that because of the diagnoses for a lot of the spouses, my husband's company, which is based out of Bedford, New Hampshire, employs 160 people. Their insurance premiums went up 300% because of it, yet they swallow the cost. The company does. They don't pass it on to the employees because they care about the employees, because they want people to work. I don't know. I'm just asking you to really consider this and think about it. Think about who's impacted. 1 in 8. You may not know someone who has. You may. But it's much more common. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you very much. Okay, got 1 card left. Mike Rollo. Yeah, oh yeah, Diane. Yeah, I know. I knew his mother.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the whole Rollo family.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is Michael Rollo, and I have the honor and privilege of being the Government Relations Director for the American Cancer Society, Cancer Action Network here in New Hampshire. And we are here in support of, strong support of House Bill 1296. And I am not going to do much with my testimony now, because I don't think I need to. I think you definitely understand the difference between a screening mammogram at this point and why some women and men may need to go for a follow-up exam. Just this morning, the American Cancer Society released its annual Cancer Facts and Figures. It's very timely that it was released just today. And we have new numbers, estimated numbers of how many people will be diagnosed with cancer in the state of New Hampshire. The new grand total approximately will be 9,880 people. That number has gone up, unfortunately. For breast cancer, it is 1,460 women will approximately be diagnosed in the year 2024 with breast cancer. Now, men can also be diagnosed with breast cancer. The Cancer Society does not track that number by state. It is not a number that's large enough to be tracked in men, but it does happen for men. Of that 1,460 women, approximately 180 of them will lose their life to breast cancer in the state of New Hampshire in 2024. It's a rather sobering number. 180 women will lose their life to breast cancer in the state of New Hampshire. Cost sharing can be a barrier to people getting follow-up care. And I think you just heard rather emotional testimony, an important testimony as to why it was important for her to get additional diagnostic and follow-up care. Not everyone has the ability to go and get that care. We would argue that it's important for them to be able to access that care, and that the 180 lives that may be lost in the state of New Hampshire this year are important. And God forbid any of them lose their life because they couldn't afford follow-up care. I don't want that on my conscience personally. And 20 other states in this union have decided they don't want it on their conscience either. States including the liberal bastions of Texas and Louisiana and Tennessee, New York, I'll give you, Illinois. I mean, it's across the spectrum. This is not a red state, blue state thing. This is states understanding that this is a real issue for their constituents and that they want to take action, and that costs can be a barrier to preventative care, and that they wanted to take action on that. And that's 20 states. That's an impressive number. This is not New Hampshire going out on a limb. The Cancer Society sees this as a continuum. You know, when you go in for that initial screening, and if you need a follow-up because there's an abnormality in that initial screening, it's a continuum. It's not a one and done and you're out the door. I think you just heard from a physician that, you know, it's not uncommon for her to have follow-up care for some of her patients. And those people deserve just as much care as the person that came in and was able to get done in one and done. And, you know, ironically enough, my wife actually had her mammogram today. It's all the stars were aligning, apparently. She the year before last, had to have a follow-up. Doesn't happen every time, but she did have to go. She has a family history. And you know, it's fine, but we were able to cover whatever cost. We were lucky though. Not everyone is in that position. And every Granite Stater, regardless, should have the same access to the same care that my wife had, and the same chance of survival if they do catch it. And that's all we're asking, is to sort of even the playing field, as they have done in 20 other states. So we'd ask you for your support. Again, I've got the written testimony, but you don't need to hear me read it, and you've heard more than enough from these other folks. So we would ask you to please support House Bill 1296. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Grassi.
Thank you, Mr. Rollo. You know, when you take a look at the cost of cancer, particularly breast cancer, and its emotional impact on families, everything, I'm wondering if anybody has ever calculated out what the cost is, because this is what the insurance companies are concerned about, because it affects their premiums. What's the cost of catching breast cancer early, or screenings, catching breast cancer early, and treatment of early detection, as opposed to not catching it early and having long-term treatment and even death from breast cancer? Has the Cancer Society ever looked at those costs?
I believe we have. I don't have a number to give you today. I can tell you that catching a cancer at stage 1, at the beginning stages, is much better for the patient. It's more likely to have a better outcome. not always, but you have a better chance of survival. You have less resources, perhaps, on the system being used. I tend to worry less about that than what the actual person has to go through. I know it's important to have to worry about that, but there are costs, of course, associated with cancer care, and I don't have the number at the moment, but I can look and find out. I know that we have looked at that across the country, and I'll see if I can try to find it for you. But I don't know if we have the analysis, how up to date it is at the moment, but I'll try to find it for you.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony and your personal, sharing your personal stories. You mentioned there's new cancer, American Cancer Society data that was released, I think you said yesterday?
Oh, just this morning, actually.
Just this morning.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've had a chance to look at those. I'm curious about the progress that we're making on cancer. Is it getting worse or is it getting better? And if it's getting worse, I guess I'll have a follow-up question for that.
Well, it depends. So there's how's that for a non-answer for you, right? It depends. It depends on cancer's not one disease, right? It's hundreds of diseases. So there have been great breakthroughs and great strides in certain types of cancers. Breast cancer, for instance, there are different ways to treat. There are new therapies. I think of preventative screenings that have been developed for lung cancer recently. There are obviously preventative screenings for colon cancer, where we have worked very diligently to offset cost sharing there as well, to make sure that when you go under, I mean, I've been having my annual colonoscopy since I turned 30 because I lost both my father, my uncle, and my grandfather to colon cancer. So they said, you get to go early. So I've been having them for 20 years now. So aren't I lucky? But at one time you would go and you'd go under and you'd wake up and you'd get a bill. So some people stopped going, so because they didn't want to wake up with that surprise. But we've made great strides there. So but anyway, so it depends. I'm sorry. We made great strides where people are going to get tested, so you can go and you can avoid a colon cancer diagnosis by getting a polyp removed. I guess is my point, Mr. Chairman. I see your look on your face as to why you think.
Well, no, that's every 5 years.
Well, it depends. Yes, but some people get to
Mammographies
go
are annual, so when
But Representative Ammon was asking me about cancer rates in general.
I
right?
have a different question.
There are
You
different
wait
reasons
for
why
my-
some may go down and some may go up. But so COVID, for instance, delayed a lot of people from getting preventative screenings. So we're only a very short amount of time out of the heyday of the pandemic, right? So we don't know what the delayed screenings will mean to future cancer rates in the next 5-10 years. So it's hard to answer.
I should have narrowed it down to just death rates from cancer. I mean, that would probably be a harder statistic.
I think it's unfortunately it's the same rambling answer. I'm sorry, Representative Ammon.
Okay, Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. In terms of the need for additional diagnostic tests following screenings and the additional out-of-pocket costs for those additional diagnostic tests, how does breast cancer compare to other types of cancer, as for instance, colon cancer or prostate cancer?
Can you ask me the question? I'm not sure if I'm following exactly.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussion about how following the initial screening, which is the mammogram,
Right.
if there's something unusual seen, and this happened to me once,
Yeah.
then additional diagnostic tests are necessary. and that there are greater out-of-pocket costs for those additional diagnostic tests, and that's what this bill is supposed to address.
Right.
What I'm asking is, in terms of the need for additional diagnostic tests and the out-of-pocket costs for those tests after screening, how does breast cancer compare to other types of cancer?
Well, so you brought up prostate. So a PSA test is not actually covered. So for instance, so mammography isn't covered, isn't one of the essential health benefits, under the Affordable Care Act, a PSA isn't covered the same way. That test wasn't included under the ACA. So there is, depending on your individual plan, you may or may not have cost sharing there, I guess. My plan doesn't have any, so all I can speak is from my personal experience with PSA testing there. I don't think they're not, you're not talking apples to apples, unfortunately, I don't think. So there aren't, I think there would be more cost sharing with a breast cancer diagnosis than with others, as far as I'm aware of.
Actually, I want to pick up there.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a cheap cancer.
I don't think there is one.
Exactly. So the only reason why this bill, wouldn't you say, the only reason this bill is here is because these test machines are so damn expensive, right? The colon, now let's say the prostate, is, they say, that they don't really have a test, but let's face
there's
it.
a test. It's a blood test for
Exactly.
For
So
a PSA test,
that's
a blood test.
But when you have the actual surgery, or you actually, let's take much more dramatic cancers like esophageal or colon cancers, where you've got to take some pretty serious drugs, and they're really expensive. What's the difference between an expensive drug treatment plan and this bill?
What's the difference between having already been diagnosed and
Yeah,
having
cancer,
cancer and
right.
going on a drug versus a preventative screening test?
Well, no, the preventative.
You don't have
you've
to get there.
Oh, no. That's only one test. Okay? But then the rest of your life, you've got to have this preventative, so-called preventative. But we just heard that you don't get the cheap, affordable one-time test. I did not hear that this test is only a one-time test. I heard is that you can get it, you would pretty much want to do this annually once you've been diagnosed with cancer. So I'm just saying, where's the cheap cancer?
I think what you may be perhaps misunderstanding what the doctor may have said. I think what she said, if you have been diagnosed with breast cancer,
correct,
then you are in a different category, right?
And you would go back and get the same test.
It's different.
You're going to go back and get the cheap mammography test?
No, you're in a different category because you've now had cancer, and you're tested in a different way.
No,
you can come back up and explain it to you.
I'm
again,
talking about the cost of this machine. The reason why this bill is in here.
Which machine?
This. What are you calling this machine? The 3D mammography machine. The 3D scanner, whatever. Okay. So here's what I'm saying. Any cancer is expensive. When we hear today, this testimony
to treat if you have to.
Treat it, exactly. So what we have here in terms of when you have been diagnosed, okay, because you flunked the original test, right?
Okay.
Now you're going to go in, and now they're going to charge you $2,000 for the same test.
Different.
No, it's not. That's what she's been trying. She tried to explain to you. She could probably come back up and explain it.
Is
again
it a
to you.
different? I mean, I can see her. It's the same diagnostic. You're diagnostic whether you still have the tumors or still have polyps or whatever you still have stuff in there, right? And
maybe the doctor should come back up and explain.
she's
the test.
right there.
So when you've been diagnosed with breast cancer, so we call a diagnostic mammogram any mammogram that is not a screening mammogram. And
Got
a
that.
screening
That I get.
mammogram is only for women who have no symptoms, no
Exactly.
active breast cancer. It's the same machine. The pictures are different.
Right.
The pictures are more tailored to the problem, and the examination is read real time. So that's
Got
what
it.
a diagnostic mammogram is.
But you
So
still, you'll never do it again?
so when you've had breast cancer, for a recent breast cancer diagnosis, if you were diagnosed with breast cancer in 2021,
Right.
you will be asked to return as a diagnostic mammogram patient, not a screening mammogram patient, for years, while we watch your breast more closely to make sure that the cancer doesn't return, and screen the
Right.
opposite side.
But to get rid of that cancer,
Hmm.
you had to take expensive drugs, right?
Not always. Not
Or
always.
You mean there's a cheap
Depends.
cancer drug out there?
So, well, you don't always need drugs for breast cancer. Sometimes it's just surgery.
Just the
and radiation.
just the removal, okay?
Yeah.
And so then for the one you go back a year later, you're just going to get the cheap the test that's covered free. No, you're still going to have to pay for it.
Yeah. If you-
That's what I'm talking
yeah.
about.
If you've had breast cancer, if you were diagnosed this year for
Right.
it say 2024 with breast cancer diagnosis, you were treated entirely in 2024. You would be in a diagnostic mammogram category for 2 years, 5
And,
years. it
and
depends
how
on
much
the
is that
facility.
test?
So that test is
$1,000.
could be depending on the facility you go to.
And year in, year out. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. So I do understand the situation. The reason I'm trying to describe this to you, Rolly, the reason why I'm going through this with you, Rolly, is that you represent cancer. So, and I think we've had bills before in the past on cancer bills.
Sure.
My
Thank you.
fear is that if we pass this legislation
Uh-huh.
with no deductibles, we say, okay, we're gonna get rid of the deductibles. What other cancer treatments?
This isn't
that this-
treatment. This is supplemental screening.
It's screening.
Okay, but it's screening every year. It's an annual screening.
Yes.
Mr.
That's what I'm
Chairman,
saying.
may
Not
I
the
ask a
same as for people
Okay.
that have been
All right, that's fine.
diagnosed.
I'm done. I'm
Mr.
done.
Chairman,
All right,
may
I'm all
I-
set. I'm
may
all
I
set.
ask a question?
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. Is the diagnostic mammogram that the patient will have to have perhaps every year for years after the problem has been found?
It's
Is
different.
that, can I finish my question? Is that more expensive than the regular screening mammogram
Yes.
that someone gets? Is
Yes.
it notably more expensive?
As far as I know, yes.
Thank
but,
you.
But it's different than what this is.
I'm all done.
It's not the same thing,
I'm all
though.
done. I'm all set. I get it. Are we debating here? Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm all set.
Apparently we are, but it's
Thank
not
you.
the same thing.
I'm totally wrong. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
I'm not
and
suggesting
I
that
have
you're-
no fear that no other cancer bill is going to come in and say we want to be deductible free.
For screenings?
Who knows what it is? It's cancer.
Well, if we have
Cancer's
new
a bad thing, don't you
screenings-
think?
Well, yes, I do think cancer's a bad thing. I think it's very important that people get preventative screenings.
Okay.
But I don't think it's a joke.
This is not a joke.
I don't think it is either. But I think I'm being spoken to like it is.
I am very sorry if you feel that way. I was being very serious.
I don't think you were, Mr. Chairman. I've known you
am-
for almost 30 years. I don't think you were.
Thank you very much.
And I have a great deal of respect for you. I truly do. But I know when you're joking with me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no other cards, so I will close the public hearing.
Oh, wait, there was one more card.
Oh. Okay, Representative Steve Bogert wants to testify.
Yeah, I'll do the gavel.
Yes, Steve.
Thank you. I've been sitting here listening, and I was holding the card to last because I didn't realize I didn't want to waste your time going over the same thing over and over again. But it occurred to me that we're missing, I think we're overlooking what the bill was attempting to do. What this bill is doing is when a lady goes in, a woman goes in and has a test,
they find in this test a dark spot. So then, after they get their little letter in the mail saying, we've seen a dark spot, we recommend you to go and have another look-see. So now the woman has to make a second appointment for another test. There has been no diagnostics done. There's nothing done other than the fact that they now have to go have this secondary test. This secondary test comes out of their pocket because it falls in the deductible. So they go and take this test. They still don't know what they have. The test is done. They then determine, is there something more has to be done after the secondary test? Still no diagnostic. They still not been said they had cancer, and there's a high probability they do not have cancer. They just have an abnormality. So if they go for that third test, once again, it becomes out of that high deductibility. At that point, this third test says, yes, you have cancer. So at that point, it switches from this plan to now you're diagnosed with cancer. You fall under your 80-20 or your 75, whatever it is, 60-40 plan portion, because to get to that point, you've already burned up your high deductibility just paying for the tests to figure out, do I even have a problem? So when one's saying, oh, you've got cancer way up here, no, we're not talking about cancer way up here. We're just talking out, trying to figure out a plan to figure out what's wrong. And what this bill is saying is, please allow this person to be able to get through A, B, to C to figure out what it is. Because a majority of the time, after they've been to B, they found out there's no other issue. Then they go back into normal cycles of doing their testing. Whereas if they have to go to C and they're diagnosed, then yes, they're put in a special category, which then says you have to have your screening and it's not deductible. So as trying to separate the two together, this bill is only trying to address A and B, not C. Doesn't say if I have cancer now, I want you to pay for it. All it's saying is, I want to be able to have this test where the first one is a screen that says, oh, you got the spot. We don't know what the spot is. And then B, that's where they do a finer point, as the doctor said. They do the finer points of things to make the determination. Is it cancer? We still don't know until they've done that. And this bill is only asking that that portion up into until it's been diagnosed is covered as part of your free mammogram. That's what it's trying to accomplish.
Representative Grassi has a question.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, based on all of the comments that were made previously, you're saying once a person has been diagnosed, these treatments are no longer diagnostic. They're now part of the treatment.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And that follows that path C.
It would go under the insurance plan.
That goes under the insurance plan. Correct? That's in layman's term.
I guess I misunderstood because I thought from every other test that patient takes for the rest of their life is going to not be the simple, the regular thing, the free one. The free one was talking and walking, or walking and talking. But once you've been diagnosed, you're no longer a walker talker. You're now going to have to pay annually for the
Yes.
the deductible, not get it free like you would if you
Yes.
were still in the walkie-talkie. So that means we're not just giving the $1,000 the first time. They were taking that every time that woman goes in and gets another test, every time she gets a diagnosis test, she is going to be hit with that $1,000. And what we're about to do is give her a lifetime waiver from that deductible.
You're only given, no. No.
Okay. Well, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out in the subcommittee. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's every diagnostic.
Every time.
Yeah.
If you're going to testify, please turn in your card so I know who I have, because I don't want to be thinking that I'm getting near the end and all of a sudden cards appear out of nowhere. Yes. Yes. What's that? The committee?
There's a
Study committee.
study committee that the commissioner has.
All I know was somebody put the bill in.
Well, it wasn't me.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing at 1081 and hear from Representative Prue. Good afternoon, Mark, and I'm sorry about the delay.
Good afternoon. That's okay. We're all getting overtime, right? Nothing. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is Mark Prue. I'm representing Hillsborough 15, which is Manchester Ward 8. Today, I'm introducing House Bill 1081. Been a long day. And it's a simple housekeeping bill that just directs health insurance companies to send the check for ambulance service to the ambulance, right? And not to the patient, because what we hear is that a lot of them are confused. Why did I get this check? What do I do with this check? How do I do something with this check? Where am I sending it to? Right? So they're inconveniencing the patient, who isn't probably in the best shape, seeing how they just had to take an ambulance ride, and now they're trying to deal with this when they probably have other things to do. And I know I've heard that insurance companies don't send checks to outer network providers, but I know I've used out of network doctors, and I have never received a check for the doctor that I have to send to the doctor. It always just goes right to the doctor. And as far as I can tell, and I've been at this for a little while, a couple of years now, the emergency ambulance service is the only one that they send the check to the patient. Not really sure why. I kind of am. They're trying to get us to go in network, kind of blackmail us into doing it. We'll send you the check if you jump in our network, but we really don't want to be in the network. So that's pretty much my gist on the bill. I think it's a simple fix. As you can see in the bill itself, we're just crossing out one line in this whole thing. just cleans it up, tells them to send it to us. And I think that's just better for everybody involved. And with that, I'll take questions.
Okay. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to testify. I'm going to ask you if you're aware of two things. The first is that, at least as far as I know, in Concord, New Hampshire, there are no in-network ambulance providers that are in-network with Anthem. So Anthem always sends a check to the patient. And are you aware of the incredible, remarkable hassle it is for the patient to then deal with that check and figure out what to do with it? And I speak here from personal experience with an insurance company that said, oh, well, they're out of network. And there are no in-network ambulance providers. And I said to this person from the insurance company, I said, if you woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning in excruciating pain, you would do exactly what I did, and that is call 911 and get into whatever ambulance they sent. And she said, yes, that's true, but she still sent the check to me. And I guess I'm saying, are you aware of these things?
I am. And that's why I'm bringing this bill forth, right? Because we have those patients that I work for Epping Fire, perfect disclosure. And we have those people call us all the time. Hey, I got this check. It has your name on it. I don't know what to do with it. Where do I send this? And we have to give them the address. They have to stick it in an envelope and send it to us when they have other things to worry about. So yes, I'm well aware.
Well, when
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you send a letter after you've done you send a letter to the patient and tell them that when they do get that check ahead of time, because I certainly know that Peterborough does that.
I don't believe we do.
Okay, because I know Peterborough does.
Yep.
Okay. Representative
I was just wondering if you could answer a question. I know that there's I guess it's a study committee that was formed by Commissioner Betancourt, and who said that this is not a legislative issue. So I'm wondering how this ties in with, I believe, senators here who is on that committee, how this ties in with what the commissioner's doing.
So unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it to that commission because I would have tried to have dealt with it then. I found out about the commission too late, apparently. But I believe this is a legislative issue, right?
Okay, just to follow up, he said it was not, so I'm confused.
I'm confused now too.
Okay. So the issue of the commission was the reimbursement dollar amount. The issue that Mark bringing in is sort of been a side issue to the overall. It certainly would be, because it would be an overall final solution. What Representative Bruce, he's bringing this in because the ambulance issue has never been solved. It seemingly can't solve, and he was just saying, can you at least just send us the check, and as in the meantime, before the ultimate solution is solved. Representative Spear.
It seems very straightforward. But who determines the size of the check? I mean, is it just whatever is covered in whatever the person's insurance policy is, regardless of what the ambulance ended up spending to do it?
Boy, that's a whole nother road to go down. So they're going to send us an amount.
Whatever they decide.
Exactly. And
So
I'm
you
not
get
really
some-
sure how they decide that, but they do.
Okay.
And it's usually nowhere near what we've requested, what we've billed. I know when the oil company comes and drops oil in my tank, they send me a bill for $1,000, and I know if I said, hey, I only want to pay $300, the next person knocking on my door would probably be a police officer. So that's a whole nother story.
Okay, that's
right?
separate
But
from this.
I just want to get the check because, like the representative said, she got this check and she had no idea what she's supposed to do with it. And unfortunately, that happens quite a bit.
I also would just to throw in a curveball here. There is two different kinds of checks that actually come out.
Yeah.
And that is whether the claim was made under the MedPay and of their auto insurance. and that will theoretically could be a higher dollar amount, and that would go to directly to the person who had the insurance, but that dollar amount would be whatever usually
Right.
what the ambulance building is billed for, as long as it stays under what the total med
Right.
pay was. So,
So-
just so we everybody know in a discussion, we're not talking about that issue.
We're not?
We're talking about insurance, health insurance, and health insurance meaning that you weren't in your car, you had your heart attack or whatever inside your home, your health insurance is picking it up, and the insurance companies says, we don't have a contract, we don't have anything with this ambulance company, and notwithstanding that they don't have a dollar amount in what they have, so they have what they believe is the appropriate fee, and that is what the insurance commissioner is trying to negotiate and work out a solution in terms of how that dollar amount is addressed and how is it really truly the appropriate dollar, but it's still outside of the fundamental issue in which he described to everybody, which is it's because they don't have an agreement with the insurance company. In that case, if they did, if they were as a provider, that check would go directly to them, but they don't have that contract.
At even a lesser amount of money.
And of course, it's what they decide that they think is the appropriate amount. Okay, you've already had a question, so now it's Representative Terry.
So what we're talking about here, because we've been dealing with this ambulance stuff for the last several years. All we're dealing with here is that, as I understand this, Bill, is that in the situation where the insurer has a contract with a provider, the money goes to the provider. If the provider is out of network, the insurance company has the practice of paying whatever they're going to pay to the insured and not to the ambulance company. And what this bill is directed to do is to have the insurance company send the money to the out-of-network provider, whatever it is that they have decided to pay, rather than to the insured.
Correct.
So that in effect, out-of-network and network will be treated the same. That is my understanding. And then we can, if everybody understands that and they're okay with that, we can go home. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hammond has a question.
Thank you. I think I might have a good one here. Would you believe in 2018 there was a study commission that issued a report on the subject. It was chaired by Lori Sanborn. One of the findings is reimbursement checks issued to both the insured and the provider lead to a number of problems. It is confusing and inconvenient for the consumer, makes it difficult for the provider to get payment. Anthem does not issue checks to two payees. And the first recommendation of the report is delete the phrase "or by a check payable to the insured and the ambulance service provider" from the first sentence of. So the first recommendation of this report is your bill. So would you believe?
Yes, yes, I would. And I'm surprised I have to be here again.
Okay, Representative Gibbs has a
Thank
second
you.
round.
This is another would you believe, I'm afraid.
That's
Would you
okay.
believe that for Concord patients dealing with Anthem, nobody sends a letter to the patient
Right.
about how the money is going to be paid? The check just appears in the mail with no explanation at all as to why you're getting it,
Yeah.
or sometimes even who the ambulance company was
Right.
that you're supposed to send it to, so you have no idea what to do with it.
Correct. Which is troublesome for patients who are having issues already, because they needed an ambulance and now they have to deal with this, which we don't think is fair on a number of reasons.
Are we all set? Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Chair will call on Heidi Kroll. Is this it for health insurance mandate day, or do I have another one? No, no, we have another insurance day, don't we? Yeah, I think we do have another one. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I'm here today on behalf of AHIP, which is America's Health Insurance Plans. This bill is one that you've seen many times before. I've participated in the stakeholder processes and study committees along the way, including the one that was convened by the insurance department at the end of last session, and numerous stakeholder meetings were held. And I think, we're kind of at the point where we tried to come to resolution, and I think at this point without success on that effort. Not for lack of trying. I think people, learned a lot of information, shared their thoughts and opinions, and I think people learned a lot, but we didn't come to a resolution. As you've heard, I mean, again, obviously this is a policy decision, but when the ambulance providers are out of network, sending the check to the patient is the only leverage that the carrier has to try to get the carrier to try to get the provider to come into network. And the tug and pull here is that when a provider, an ambulance provider, is out of network, they are allowed to balance bill. And so anything, they have their full charge, and whatever is not covered by the insurance company is balance billed to the patient. There is mention of for an out-of-network doctors that they do get a check directly. That's negotiated between the out-of-network doctor and the carrier, and the difference is that under the No Surprises Act, the doctors are not allowed to balance bill. So that is I think an important distinction. And of course, balance billing is harmful to patients, and we've had a balance, and we've got our own New Hampshire statute on the book for a while around balance billing, no balance billing, but ambulance providers, have not been part of that. So I think, I would just leave it at that. It's really, and the final thing I guess I would say is that when the check does go to the patient, in part, that's the only contractual relationship that the carrier has. It's the contractual relationship with the patient, and not with, in this case, not with the ambulance provider. So I'll leave it at that. Happy to answer any questions, but I know it's late in the day and there are other people who would like to speak as well.
Okay. So does everybody understand that the difference between you and the anesthesiologist who is not in network is that they do pay the anesthesiologist directly because the anesthesiologist promises not to balance bill. So if you're willing to promise not to balance bill, then they'll send you a check.
They promise to pay what we send them. I want to balance bill.
But that's the same issue with the anesthesiologist. The anesthesiologist sends out a big fat bill, and they say, we're not going to pay that big fat bill. We're going to pay a lower one.
They are not on call 24/7 and have to stand by ready.
That's correct. Your service is totally different. That is correct. You do something that nobody else is, which is that we got to pay for you to be on standby. And that's the problem. That's that, and no doubt, that is the heart of the problem, is that we're paying for you to be there, not be, to be on call. And I'm sure I've never heard anybody complain about an ambulance. That's true. Except we did have a problem in Keene for a while. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for taking my question. How difficult would it be to send that same check, the same amount that you send to the patient, to the person or the ambulance company that provides the service? Why? How is that so difficult to do, or why?
I don't think it's an issue of it's difficult. That we know that the ambulance is going to send a bill. They're out of network. They're going to send a bill to the patient, and the carrier has given the patient because that's who the contractual arrangement is with. The carrier has given the patient the reimbursement that they would, standard reimbursement for the service.
The part with what they would have given if the fire
Right,
would,
if
would
the- if
willing
the
to
ambulance-
accept it. So the idea is that the bill's $1,000 and the insurance company is paying $750. Instead of paying the $750 to the ambulance directly, they're sending the $750 to the patient because they know the patient has got to write that $1,000 check to the ambulance.
The provider would be paid directly if they are in network, and I know that there are ambulance providers who are in network, but not
Not a
all
lot.
of them.
Certainly not municipal fire
Right.
departments.
Right.
Just to follow up, could you send a notice with the check to the patient that they need to send this check to the ambulance service?
I
Is it
can check with
possible?
I can check with the carriers. I don't know what their protocols are, but no, that's a fair point. Yep.
That's my
Excuse me.
Yes.
Isn't it typical when a health insurance company makes a payment that that they describe what they're paying for? You get a check stub or an EOB, right? And typically with insurance, and it says this is what we're paying for. So you don't. I've never had this happen. So when you send out a check to a policyholder for an ambulance service that's been provided by an out-of-network provider, you don't include an EOB explaining what the check is. You just send a check that says made out to John Smith for $424, and John Smith has no idea why you got a check for $424. I'm just trying to understand this. I've never had this occur in my life before.
I would have to check with the carriers.
You don't know?
AHIP is an association, so I don't know the
Okay.
individual.
We have to
billing.
ask insurance
I
company.
don't-
We
I don't
do
know.
have Anthem, so you can ask
Well,
Anthem that
okay.
question.
Yes, no?
Yes, yeah.
Would you believe that if you had mortgage or rent payment due and you had no money, what are you going to do with the check? I mean, and I'm not condemning it. I mean, if you have a choice between paying your rent and not, and you get this check, you're going to use it.
Well, that's a related issue,
Yeah,
but it's
that's what
not
I'm
the
saying.
same. It's not
Okay.
the same question.
but-
Right.
Representative Gibbs.
Thank you. And I'm going to apologize up front for the way I'm going to put this because I just don't know how else to put it. And I speak here from personal experience where I've been driven crazy several times. And you said that the reason that the insurance companies send the check to the patient is because that's the only way they have leverage over the ambulance companies to try to get the ambulance companies to come in network. So it's okay with the insurance company, it's okay with you that that the insurance companies drive the patient crazy in order for the insurance companies to get leverage over the ambulance companies, which the patient has absolutely no control over whatsoever.
So I don't think the insurance companies are trying to intentionally drive their members crazy. They don't think customer service is important to them. So
And we know how those mental
if there
mental
are-
health benefits
I would
how high they pay.
I would say if there are ways to improve the communication and the correspondence between the carrier and the patient when that check arrives, I'm not familiar with what that looks like, but if there's a way to improve that communication so that it is clear, I think we'd be open to, talking about that.
Thank you very much. Okay, Michael Sitar, representing the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs. And obviously support of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I have a whole long letter here, but I won't read it because I know the day is late and things. But what I do want to say is my name is Michael Sitar. I'm the fire chief of the Tilton Northfield Fire District. So I'm the chief of Tilton and Northfield. And I'm representing the New Hampshire Association of Fire Chiefs in support of this bill. I'll cut right to the chase on this. Currently, my department is not in network with any insurance carriers. Over the past year, my department received 164 claims directly paid from carriers with which our department is not in network. At the same time, we have had to attempt to recover 29 claims totaling $43,275, or averaging $1,492 each, from individuals who have received checks directly from their carriers. Ambulance providers do not need to be in network to receive payments. It happens in our department routinely. So we do receive checks directly from carriers all the time. There are many times where we just don't. And then the check goes to the patient, and then they end up getting a bill from us. And if they can't resolve that issue, they end up going through a process. And, we have checks and balances in place. If they're a hardship case, they can apply for a hardship and we'll waive the bill. Many times that's what happens. But so we do have a process, and we don't send people to collections every time that something like this happens. So we're very sensitive to that. So I would suggest that just changing the language in this bill would solve the problem and make everything easier for everybody, because even in my own department, where my own members who have insurance have used an ambulance in their own community where they live, and they have to go through this issue where they're calling their insurance company and say, hey, you sent me the check and now I'm getting a bill from the town that I live in that I owe them that money. Why didn't you send it to them? And it's a process. But then when I deal with residents within my own community, especially elderly people who are really not aware of how the whole system works, it's very confusing for them. Trying to get a hold of their insurance company on the phone is practically damn near impossible. I'm sure you've all tried to do it, and you get on hold and you're there forever. So it's very frustrating for the customer. It's frustrating for the fire departments that are providing the service, just trying to recover some of the costs incurred providing the service, because what we don't recover ends up going on the tax rate, because we're still going to provide the service that the residents of the community expect. So I think that's enough for now. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Terry.
So I just want to be clear here with respect to your billing of the person for whom you provided the service. This person, in this instance in which I'm citing, receives a check from the insurance carrier for X number of dollars. You're now out of network provider, so that's why you didn't get anything. You bill for the total amount of your service to the person who you provided the service for, who received a check from his or her insurer. And there are instances in which you get nothing from the person for whom you provided the service, or you're only getting an amount that's equal to the amount of the check was provided. How can you break that down for us? Because I can foresee a situation where somebody gets a check and then they just decide they're just not going to pay anything. Now, are you describing situations like that to us?
Yes, we have situations like that. Unfortunately, we have some people within my community that call for the ambulance on a regular basis. They have insurance, they get a check, and they don't send the check to the fire department. They actually use that as part of their income, in my opinion. That's my opinion. That's what it seems like. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have one more card left. Sabrina, you get the last word. Oh, do I have another? Oh, sorry. I do have another card. Sorry. Oh, Chris, there you are. I was wondering you were here, and why wouldn't you want to speak? Okay.
Hello, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sabrina Dunlap. I'm Director of Government Relations for Anthem. I know it is very late, and as Chairman Hunt knows, I can talk a lot about ambulance. We have been talking about this for a long time, years, but in fact, since about last year when you all had a bill in front of you very similar to this, I had my own meetings with ambulance providers, and then the insurance department organized meetings. And I will say, I think everyone was at the table in good faith. these issues are complicated in part because you're talking about some private ambulance providers and then a whole lot of municipalities. I'm involved in my little town's local government, so I totally understand the complexities that go into ambulance and running it. And it gets complicated when, my town has decided that we're going to pay for 24/7 ambulance, and that costs a lot of money. And the town does get money from insurance companies, but part of it does fall to the taxpayer. So it's like a whole nother ball of wax that's involved with this issue that we don't have with other parts of healthcare. I will also just say that, the focus has been on commercial insurance, but a very significant number of people in the realm of ambulance have Medicare and Medicaid. So I don't think the focus on commercial insurance is going to solve the problem. So I'm happy to talk offline more about this. I just want to make a few other points. Anthem does have a significant number of ambulance providers in network, both private companies and municipalities. And I think the key difference that's been mentioned is balanced billing. So what happens if a provider is out of network, we have no contractual relationship with them, none whatsoever. And so they send, I'm just going to use big numbers because keep the math easy. They send us a bill for $10,000. They're out of network. We say the allowed amount is $5,000. We pay them the allowed amount. In many cases, the member then gets the balance bill of $5,000. That's because ground ambulance was excluded from the No Surprises Act, which prohibits balance billing. So that is the key issue. It does seem sort of silly. I can understand, this notion of why send the check to the member, but the fact is we have a contractual relationship with the member. We don't with out-of-network providers. And the goal is to get them in network. And I think, we continue to have these conversations. We're coming to the table in good faith. There was a comment about not knowing why insurance companies pay what we pay. Well, during those many meetings with the insurance department, it wasn't totally clear to many of us how the ambulance companies come up with what they charge. So I think these are complicated issues. Again, happy to take questions, happy to talk more about this. But I will say, I think everyone has come to the table in good faith. I don't think this bill, striking that language, solves a problem. Thank you very much.
Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking our questions. Just so I understand, what's the process involved in getting an ambulance provider to come into network? Why is that why might they be resistant to that?
Thank you for the question. So my understanding is, first of all, I think it's made more complicated because we have so many towns that have their own little ambulance company, or, they run their own ambulance. And so you're talking about municipalities and private companies. The process is the same that we use with other providers where, there's outreach made, you come to the table and you negotiate in good faith. And I'd say both sides have to give a little on that. And I'm not on the contracting team, so I don't know all the details, but generally it's, two parties coming to the table to negotiate what they think is a fair price. And then once the provider's in network, they know what they're going to be paid.
Yeah, well, given that I now have a county ambulance service in which I'm sit on the finance committee, and my take what the problem is, and it was a little bit of what we talked about just before, which is that when it comes to healthcare services, that it's by appointment, and they'll take you when they're going to take you, and the problem is that our ambulance services are 24/7, and so now we have a cost analysis problem to, you want to have that ambulance available all the time, but the reality is they can't bill like we normally do in terms of healthcare or on a per hourly, per service case. And that's the discrepancy.
And if I could, that reminds me of one other issue that came up during those meetings was this issue of treat no transport. And there were comments made that carriers don't cover treat no transport, which is where the ambulance shows up. They don't transport the patient. What we discovered was, at least Anthem, we do have codes for treat no transport, but they were very rarely used. And so this was part of the discussion. It's like the nature of ambulance makes it difficult in many cases to get someone's insurance info and, bill that and get paid for that service. So that's an issue where I don't know what the answer is. We cover it. There's a code for it. So I think there's probably an education piece on that, but there's also just, it's just complicated by nature.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Chris.
Good afternoon. It's very rare that I get the last word, and since I'm going home, this is going to be great. I won't get it there. So thank you for the opportunity.
Just you in the road. Right now.
My name is Chris Dewaz. I'm from Hollis, New Hampshire. I will just be brief. I am employed by American Medical Response, AMR Ambulance. I also represent the New Hampshire Ambulance Association. We support Representative Prue's bill. I will point out, and I've been here before and testified on the same or similar bills. I will point out that the leverage that we're trying to get here, or have been trying to get for the last 10 plus years, is not working. So I think we need to do something else. And this would be a great first step for fairness and an opportunity for the insurance carriers to come to the table and get the attention of the ambulance providers by doing this and getting these folks to try to come into network. I think it would be great. Second to that, and Chairman, you reference it, the ambulance providers ground were left out of the No Surprises Act for a very specific reason, and it's because of the cost for readiness. The federal government put together a ground ambulance patient billing committee, which Senator Prentice was on. They've come up with their recommendations, which are being finalized, and they're going to be voted on and sent to Congress so that Congress can include ground ambulances in the No Surprises Act. So within a very short period of time, legislatively, that piece will be solved. In the meantime, I think it's prudent, given the way that healthcare and the economy is being driven, that we take the patient out of the middle and get the ambulance providers the dollars that they need so that they can do the services that everyone needs and wants to be provided with. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, what I got here? Heather Stallwell is in support of the bill. Catherine Heck is in support of the bill. Chris, we heard, Sabrina, and Sue Prentice is also in support of the bill. And with that, I will close the public hearing.